Emily.
Okay. Any comment or changes? Tables? No? Okay. Hearing none. I'll take a roll call vote to uh, move forward. So Clark,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Hillary,
Aye.
Pablo,
Aye.
and I for myself, Paru. Dr. Davis, can you remind us of our overarching result for the school district?
Yes, our overarching result for the school district of Shorewood is that our students are leaders who challenge themselves to grow and achieve academically, pursue their passions, navigate change, learn continuously, and contribute to the common good.
Thank you. And awards and recognitions tonight.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations to SHS 9th graders Alexis Hugh and 10th grader Shai Beener, who became the first students in school history to qualify for the American Invitational Math Exam, a prestigious invitational math exam given to students with outstanding performance in American math competition. Alexis was also named one of the 5 top scoring females in Wisconsin on the AMC 10A and won the Miriam Merzakne AMC 10 award for her superior performance. So congratulations to Alexis for that. You can learn both about hers and Shai's accomplishments by visiting our district website. So congratulations and good luck moving forward. Athletically, congratulations to the Shorewood girls cross country team for winning Top Team Fan Vote Award for the Journal Sentinel High School Sports Awards last Thursday evening. The team had an amazing season and we're very proud of the girls for their accomplishments. Congratulations to the following FHS senior athletes who have signed on to continue their athletic careers next year in college. We had Margaret Bernecki, who's playing tennis at Lake Forest College. Christopher Farrington will be playing basketball at Napa Valley College. Lucas Florsheim will be running cross country at Pomona College. Austin Gale, who will be playing soccer at Lincoln Trail College. Felicity Hayde, who will be doing track and field at Brown University. Ahmad Ingram, who will be playing basketball at UW Green Bay in Sheboygan Extension. And Colin Kenny, who will be playing volleyball at Lakeland University. So congratulations to all those athletes. And congratulations to SHS senior Denise Stark, who was featured recently as the Fox News Milwaukee High School hotshot. For 4 years, she has been a standout in the infield. The specialist at third base was her best position. She's also been a powerful hitter, and her ability to advocate for her teammates while holding them accountable is a testament to her leadership skills. In the fall, she is off to Hamline University in St. Paul to study pre-med. So great work to Denise, and we wish her the best moving forward. And that concludes our awards and recognitions for tonight.
Thanks. I'd like to add one more recognition to our superintendent, who just had a chapter published in an upcoming book called Whiteness at the Table, Anti-Racism, Racism, and I lost the last part of it, sorry, and Identity in Education. So congratulations, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, so up first for tonight and our focus on students is a opportunity to hear about the 2020 capstone projects image and word class. And so Brian, if you want to introduce our speakers.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is an extension of our focus, the community and district's focus on authentic learning opportunities. As we've been building classes such as visual journalism, image and word is a class that has come from the same spirit and been developed over a period of time. So we have Renee Glemben and Jessica Mohagan who have been teaching that class this past semester, which certainly was a turbulent semester. But we certainly know that they made the best of it. Our students made the best of it, and have created some incredible projects that on times that we certainly can't predict, which is part of what we do. So, with that, we're very happy that Renee and Jess were able to spend some time with us tonight and go through some of their work, and then certainly take any questions from the board. So, you want to start with Jess?
Wait, can I ask really quickly? Are you going to share the presentation?
Yeah, sure. Renee has something.
Great.
Are you she here?
Yeah, Renee's
we have
here.
a presentation, and then Renee is going to read something, but I don't see her
I'm here.
right now. Okay, Renee.
Yep.
I'm
looks
going
like
to
you're a little
present
frozen,
something, so I'll do that. I don't hear
Okay.
Renee. Do you guys hear Renee?
Can you hear
Yeah.
me? I'm here.
Yeah, we can hear Renee, Jess. So
Oh, there you are. Yes. Okay, so it might be me. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start presenting, and Renee's going to take the focal. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, then it might be me, so I might move. But either way.
I'm going to turn my camera off and just read as Jessica shows the slideshow. These are some classroom shots and some things that when we were all together, we were doing a combination of last year and this year. And then Jess, I don't know if you have any of the slideshow from this year, the website, but we'll start this way. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's yes, it says that I can't share. Do I need a special power to do that?
that would be Mickey questions.
You should be able, this is Pablo, Jess, you should be able to click on the bottom on the right where it says present now. I don't know if that feature is available to you.
It
I'm
is.
assuming maybe.
And then it just says can't share your screen.
Brian, can you share yours?
Yeah, let me see if I can share mine quick. And
Oh, Kelly says she's
Kelly
gonna
does
do
have
it.
my presentation. Is there any way? Oh, Kelly's
she'll
got
do
it.
it.
yeah, Kelly.
She's going to share it. Thank you,
Kelly
Kelly.
can do it. Okay, yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that. Sorry.
Looks like we lost her.
Yeah, we lost Jessica.
Is Renee still on?
Yeah, it looks like Renee is still there.
Used. Kelly, maybe you,
Kelly, are you able to share it?
I'm here as well, so Kelly, if you need some help, let me know. Sorry.
No worries.
While we are waiting, I do want to point out to the left of Present Now, there is a turn on captions feature, which is the reason we chose to go to this option so that we could make this available to everyone, whether you are hearing barking like my dog or not. So if you want that feature, it's there.
what's the caption show when a dog barks? That's the question.
Take it out for a walk.
Uh-oh. Now Kelly's left the meeting.
Okay. It's not good.
What are you trying to share?
It's the presentation for Image and Word on the agenda.
Okay, hang
It's
on.
a PDF.
Here, I've got it. I can just do it. Let's see if this works. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, you're good, Brian.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so Jessica's back, and I don't know, is Renee on too? I hope so. But yeah, we can see it now, Jessica.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
And if Renee, you're not there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So I've got my screen, but I can't see you guys. So if you can just walk me through the PDF that you want to work through.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read this. Is that okay? Can you hear me?
Yep. And then
Yeah.
Renee's she's gonna read, and if you want to just kind of scroll through, and if you guys have any questions, we can pinpoint through pictures, but the presentation really just kind of is a lot of pictures and visuals, while Renee has what that is, if that
Commentary. Okay.
Yes, commentary.
All right. Our class, Exploring Activism Through Image and Word, was created when the administration invited faculty to develop new collaboratively taught classes, giving those of us who were interested the opportunity to participate in the UWM Design Thinking Fellowship Program. As part of that fellowship, we were encouraged to think outside the box and imagine what our classrooms could look like outside of traditional formats and structures. Jessica and I were drawn to working together because we both consider ourselves to be social justice educators. That is to say that no matter what content we are teaching, we have always taught it through the lens of social justice because we simply believe it to be the core of everything. So in some respects, our classrooms were already leaning toward the non-traditional. In addition, it was the formal and informal discussions we have been having in our classrooms throughout the years that led us to believe a class in social justice movements was warranted. It was from the discussions in my classroom that students began to advocate for a Black History program. These students arranged to meet with Mr. Kenny about that, and he supported them as they worked to create the first Black History program here at SHS. From this, students in Jessica's AP art class began to interview Black students in my class about their experiences in the district. From those discussions, a mural was painted that gave those students' words a platform. From that experience, the district began to implement the RaceWorks professional development series that has been evolving and ongoing ever since. While we as educators were immersing in and learning about the history of systemic racism and its effect on education, housing, and every aspect of our society, we realized that students were not getting that same opportunity. This is not to suggest that discussions on racial injustice were not happening in any other classrooms, but to our knowledge, students were not learning about the civil rights history of Milwaukee and its surrounding suburban areas, including Shorewood. They were also not being given the opportunity to engage in in-depth conversations with each other about race or investigate local nonprofit organizations or meet activist leaders in our own community who are continuing to fight for civil rights. Although the purpose of the class is for students to look outside themselves and their own communities, in Image and Word, our focus begins with self, with students creating a self-portrait that includes words they use to describe themselves inside and out, and then giving them the opportunity to share it with their peers. Students also experience telling their own personal stories of experiences with injustice to one another and engage in active listening as their classmates share their own stories. Through this experience, students develop empathy for one another and report feeling closer to their classmates afterwards. From there, we explore and celebrate Black Lives Matter Week of Action and begin to research other social justice artists and poets who bring awareness to a social issue through their art. We invite speakers, artists, and poets into our classroom to share their experiences, art, and poetry and talk about their work. We also take students out into the community, not only to get them out of their bubbles and meet with neighbors and activists who are making change in their communities, but to engage in service learning opportunities, such as painting a mural on the Children's Outing Association wall, which was done in collaboration and input from that community. Finally, we open it up for students to explore and research their own topics and create projects that will bring awareness to some social issue concern that they are passionate about. The idea here is for students to learn to investigate multiple reputable sources while researching and to create projects that engage others in the issue by sparking a conversation in the audience about that topic. Although this was just our second year, we can confidently report that Image and Word has been a successful and personally rewarding endeavor. Although we carefully planned the semester, we have designed the course to be flexible enough to change course when we need to and to engage together when the world outside the classroom beckons, just like it has these past months. We actively welcome discussion with our students about current events as they unfold, and we have seen several of them taking leading roles in organizing rallies and protests. Our students make us extremely proud, and more importantly, they make us hopeful for the future of this planet. Contrary to what some may believe, today's youth care passionately about inequity in the world, and they want to be part of the solutions to fix it. They only need to be told that they can, and they will, and they do. Thank you so much for inviting us to present to you tonight about the class we created and love. Now we would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
So if you can scroll through a little bit, we're really big on going outside of the community, but also having community members come in. So we've had Planned Parenthood, this is Diverse and Resilient, the group of diverse, to have a discussion panel on Black and trans and intersectionality. We have a poetry coach that has worked with us, Ed Wingard, for the last 2 years, and just kind of really working through kids to be comfortable with themselves, but also to really know their community and know what's around them and what's helping each other and around them and how they can do that too. And then this last part is the mural that we did. And then we have that website that was posted through Woodland Pattern as well.
This is Paru. I think I just want to say, like, I was so impressed with this when I first saw it, and to hear kind of the way in which you guys really had this thoughtful kind of the thinking behind it, I think is just really fantastic, and something that I know as a district, like the ways in which you brought both different kinds of curriculum together, and then like being in the community is something that we're trying to do, I think, more. And I think it's just a really great example of this. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is just one of my favorite things that happens at our high school. So I don't know if I have a question. I think my question would be, how can we broaden this and make it something that, you know, kids can do at a younger age? I think our strategic plan update it includes a recommendation to incorporate social justice across our curriculum, and this, I think, is probably our exhibit A as to why this matters and how it can be done. So, you know, I know none of us can take credit for the activism that the students are doing. That's them. But I think you did what the best teachers do, which is empower young people to really use their minds and you know, sort of direct their energy and educate them about the world around them to the extent that they can be really effective as activists, which we know they have been. So just amazing, and thank you very much for being the best of Shorewood teachers.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I like that. Speaking to the energy, I really like that. That's what we do.
This is really a model on multiple levels. From a pedagogical standpoint, you really allow students to express themselves in a myriad of ways. If you didn't have a chance, and many of you I know several people were at that standing room only event that you hosted last year in May, I think it was. You had students sharing their artwork, their photo exhibitions, their poetry, I mean, it was everything, right? And so you were allowing students to express themselves in ways that were significant to them. You allowed them to pursue questions that were important to them. And then from that critical pedagogy standpoint, from social justice kind of perspective, you didn't give voice, because these students have always had voice, but you kind of allowed them to have a platform where they could project it, and introducing them to folks like, you know, Peggy Roscoe, who's a dear friend of mine. I remember, 15 years ago, sitting on my front porch, and my wife was teaching at the high school at the time, telling Peggy about the work she had done on Latino civil rights leaders, and she cried when she saw that, you know, students at SHS were studying Father Grappi, her late husband. And so I got to chat with her at length last year at your event, and she was, I mean, you both and your students took it to a whole new level. So yeah, as someone who's in education, I'm in awe. I'm really in awe of what you've done.
I was just going to add,
go
sorry,
ahead.
Renee. Sorry, this is Clark. I was just going to add that I do know that the platform you've offered is appreciated by the students, not just this year's class, but previous and subsequent subsequent ones as well. I think going forward, it'll be, I can't wait for the time where we can talk to them in person about this, because that's when it really comes through. I think it was amazing going through the presentation, going through the materials, even before this. But I would say, I just want to say thank you too, because it's something that was pretty unique when it first started. And I think what you're going to find to some of the other comments earlier, it's going to be hopefully a little bit more of a mainstream type of offering to provide platforms for these types of voices to be heard more loudly. I just appreciate it. I know my kids did too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just want to echo what my fellow board members said, because I think they said it well. So thank you guys very much. And just the beauty of going out into the community, the broader community, but also bringing the broader community into our schools is awesome. So thank you guys.
Thank you. And I was just going to echo what some of you have said about the fact that the students bring these ideas and this energy, and a lot of them are drawn to the class because they know that they'll be given that expression. And some kids kind of wander in and aren't quite sure what they've gotten themselves into, but it's amazing because the kids really bring the other kids and draw them in. And the small groups and the storytelling, you know, a lot of times, well, I talk like we've been doing this forever. It's only been the second semester, but I know that last year and this semester, this was the same scenario where students came in, they're a little uncertain when they see a circle in a classroom, you know, they're suspicious. Oh no, what are we going to do? There's a circle. And, but once students start talking to students, the whole vibe changes over time, and students they maybe never would connect with, they're connecting with, or they never realized that they had experienced some sort of injustice or some sort of a hurt, that then they are vulnerable and they share that. And it really changes the whole dynamic. And that's really magical. And the kids have taught us so much. And they continue to amaze us, you know, with these projects they created independently, you know, with our encouragement and our advising, but they are the ones who developed and followed through with these projects. So we were really just in awe of all of them.
It influences their classmates too, which is what my point was I was trying to make, is that it spills over outside your classroom. So the kids that aren't in that class and taking advantage of the great opportunity, they're impacted as well because they see it. So that was what I was trying to say, but probably didn't say it as clearly earlier.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks, Renee and Jessica. Appreciate it.
Thanks for
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, up next on our agenda is our first opportunity for public comment. So I will ask you, if you're interested in making a public comment, to unmute yourself, state your name and address, and make your comments. I'll remind you that we are unable to respond or have discussion around things that are not agended. And most of the things on are coming later in the agenda. So if there's some questions that we can ask later, we'll do that as well. So with that, I see Jim Arndorfer has a question.
Yeah, hi. thanks for holding this meeting today and the village town hall, or I'm sorry, school board town hall earlier tonight. Question I had, but
Wait, can you state your name and?
Yes, I'm sorry. Jim Arndorfer, 2524 East Shore Boulevard. Times are tough, budgets are tight, every dollar counts. A few months ago, there was discussion around how a citizen accident caused around $25,000 worth of damage to the accessibility ramp at Lake Bluff. Just trying to find out if there's any update on whether the district has been able to recoup any of those savings, any of that damage or any of that money. What's going on with that? Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Jim. That is not something that's agended for tonight, but I would be happy to find out that information for you and get it back to you on that. Thank you. Other questions? Please unmute yourself. State your name and address. We'll have 2 additional opportunities for public comment. I'm going to guess probably the next one will be, I'm going to say 9 o'clock. Okay.
Hi.
Oh, Abby Fowler.
Is that okay?
Yeah, please.
Hi. Hello, everybody. I don't know whether this is agended or not, and it's more of a statement than it is a question.
Can you just state your name and address, Abby?
Yep, you got it.
For people who
Abby
can't see
Fowler.
you. Sure.
Abby Fowler, 4600 North Morris Boulevard, Shorewood, 53211. More of a statement and concern, and I know this is on everybody's agenda and screen. But I do just want to make a public statement that I'm terribly concerned and have high anxiety about where we're headed this fall. And I know that you all are dedicated to ensuring that everyone gets back to whatever normal is that we're able to accomplish. That said, I know that there's some talk about switching AB cohorts and whatever the case may be, but my biggest concern is that I know that my son did not do well with the end of this school year, the distance learning. It isn't his program. It's not how he does. He doesn't do well in that. And I have a lot of anxiety about that moving forward. And on top of it, he's got a big transition from 6th to 7th grade. My daughter, also, I'm not as concerned, but it certainly isn't ideal. And it's nobody's fault. I'm not placing blame, but I do have a huge amount of anxiety about how distance learning and in-person learning is going to work out. And so I guess my main statement is I would feel better knowing that I will have access to our teachers, our administrators, and the people that are overseeing this throughout the entire transition period. Part of my anxiety comes from, I don't want to bother anybody with my worries and concerns because I'm just one person with one kid that I'm worried about. But I want to be, and I don't want to tax the system either and wear out our teachers and our administrators. But all I can say is I'm very concerned, and I would love to have a better understanding about how, as a parent, I'm gonna be able to interact with teachers and administrators in this upcoming fall.
Thank you, Abby. We are going to be talking about what we learned from virtual learning and then giving some updates on kind of what the reopening work group is thinking about in the next 2 discussions. And so I think we'll be able to at least address some of the things that you just brought up. And I guess what I just want to add is that you're not alone. All of the board members are hearing from parents, and I think all of us are really concerned about the fall as well. And, I think thinking about what it's going to look like and what it feels like, I think is something that's on all our minds. So hopefully we'll be able to answer some of those questions for you in the next 2 discussions. Thank you. Any other public comment right now? Okay. Again, welcome to make those comments later. So up next for district operations, our first report is on our 2019-2020 virtual learning reflections and next steps. And we have Sam Coleman, Julie Harris, and Tim Joint presenting that. So I'll turn it over to Tim.
Hi, good evening, and thanks for having the three of us. We're honored to be in front of you and talking about our reflections. I very much connect with you, Abby, on some anxiety around what next school year looks like. I also can say that while it does keep me up at night, I also thoroughly enjoy the conversations that we're having around it and legitimately caring about kids first and the experiences that they have. I think just about everyone across the board wishes we could all wave a magic wand and just go back to normalcy and be with your kids and love your kids and teach your kids like crazy. So in this case, and to move into the reopening group, we're focusing on the reflections from the end of the year, where we went into pandemic virtual learning at the end of March and continued through the end of the year. During that time, we sent out 2 parent and student surveys to kind of do some small scale changes. At the end of the year, hopefully many of you received a final survey, and my initial thought with that survey was to actually have it be the same survey so that we could see kind of longitudinal data as to what that looks like. But ultimately what we felt was this is a really important time to just let people reflect on what went well, what didn't go well, and what are some things that we need to consider for next year. So we kept it very open-ended to allow for stream of consciousness, not feeling like anyone in the district is trying to pigeonhole your opinions into specific areas, but rather just let people talk about what they feel they really need to talk about and what's important to them. And so that is still open as of right now. We're still going back to it. So from that survey, what kind of the 2 main points that I have initially seen, and this is my own reflection having gone through it, we plan to go through it a bit more with both opening group and our staff reopening group, really rely around, or not rely, but tend to circle themselves around parents and students wanting a bit more contact with their teachers, to be able to see their teachers, to maybe have a bit more synchronous learning. We really went asynchronous, a heavy focus on asynchronous learning, with the idea that kids and parents would be able to access that learning at a time when they felt they could, knowing that everyone's situation was very different. 2 working parents, maybe you can't get to that virtual learning until the evening. So from that standpoint, we try to keep it asynchronous. Upon reflection, we're going to have to build in a few more synchronous times and times for kids to meet with teachers. From a wellness standpoint, as much as it's important for kids to be able to learn. Number 2, some consistency in what I would call the learning management system and even the way some of our courses are organized. As I read over and over, the onslaught of Sunday night was a bit overwhelming. So if our kids can have a pretty consistent way in which they get their materials and organization and materials, lessons, homework from class to class, that might add some consistency that kids might be able to actually be able to get through it in a more meaningful way. Those are the main 2 that I have been tending to see as they continue to come in. But that was kind of from that survey, my reflections. I'm going to hand it over, if it's all right, to my good friend, Mr. Coleman here, to go through some of the equity pieces.
Thank you, Tim. So in my report, I shared some reflections that I had based on conversations with some teachers, with some students, and with some parents. And so these reflections certainly are not indicative of the whole, but they are results of the observations that I've had and information that I've received. I do acknowledge that the observations and recommendations that I'm going to talk through were made available in the board report, but I do want to, for those who may not have had an opportunity to look at that, I don't want to rush past that or miss an opportunity to just to speak through some of the observations that I think are important for lifting up. So I'll start with just acknowledging our teachers, our support staff, our pupil services staff, and our administrators for just demonstrating exceptional responsiveness and flexibility and professionalism during these challenging and uncertain times. In the midst of trying to develop an approach that works for students across a range of identities and abilities, there have been tremendous amounts of feedback coming toward teachers, support staff, pupil services staff, and administrators from many directions. So being able to navigate that feedback and making those adjustments along the way, I think just demonstrated just exceptional responsiveness. And so I want to thank our staff across the district for the work that they have done around that. An observation that I also just want to highlight is that the autonomy and the innovation and creativity that teachers and leaders approach their work with, I believe that has allowed for some extremely powerful and meaningful and also relevant learning experiences, in addition to being in a virtual learning space because of the pandemic. There also have been many other things happening around the country, from racial violence, violence against particularly Black men, also the demonstrations and the responses that the community has had to that, really mobilizing communities and students to swing into activism. And many educators across our district and across grade levels took advantage of that opportunity in really powerful ways to create learning opportunities for our students, and also to create safe spaces for students to learn and to reflect and to ask questions. And so while I know that took a tremendous amount of courage and risk for our teachers to provide that space without knowing what might come about in those discussions, I think that the finesse and the level of care that they provided students and even parents, the resources that were provided to parents and making it optional for parents to be a part of those conversations, I just want to highlight and applaud that. Again, I'll acknowledge that this was not a general approach across all grade levels, but there were many teachers across our district and our system who took that approach. And so that's a reflection and a very important observation that I want to mention. Another observation, though, is that it is critical to align, to improve, and to communicate the practices that, from a district perspective, we recommend for collecting and analyzing data. There were some data collection mechanisms that were utilized across all grade levels, and the communication of collecting and reporting data was not consistent across grade levels. And so some of the information that I'll share at the end is representative of the data that we did collect. So I mentioned in our meeting last month that teachers were asked to submit information around student engagement, and we'll kind of talk through what that means when we say student engagement. But I do want to name and acknowledge that expectation for teachers to submit student engagement data meant different things to different schools. And so our own, maybe as a district, we weren't clear in what we asked principals to collect from teachers. And so maybe there was some loss in translation there. So again, the data that I'll kind of summarize and analyze is based on the information that we did receive. I just want to name that as we move forward, and especially into next year, we want to align and communicate very clearly what the practices and expectations are for collecting that data, so that we can have these conversations with accuracy. And then I think the last reflection before I share some recommendations is that our online portal has been a place that many parents have communicated with us feedback and even questions about what online and virtual learning spaces look like and what the accessibility challenges may have been to that. And so some of those frequently asked questions, I think, are helpful for us to be proactive in the information that we make available to our students and our parents. And I think we also need to learn from some of those questions and inquiries and communicate that information on our school web pages, our district web pages, and in our communications home to parents, because there were some pretty consistent themes that we saw with questions about grading and questions about timelines for engagement and deadlines. And so I think the more information we can provide on the front end, the less anxious students and parents are about what virtual learning could look like. So just some brief recommendations. I won't share all of them again. I encourage those who are watching to take a look at the executive summary that was submitted. But I do think that, again, we want to make sure that the data collection and analysis of student engagement is conducted with accuracy so that we can leverage and improve practices to support just relevant and rigorous learning across all of our grade levels, but especially for students in our district and across our system that have been traditionally marginalized. I think in addition to ensuring the data collection is accurate, we also want to prioritize strategic coordination across teachers, counselors, special education staff, multilingual teachers, and other specialists to ensure that all of our students are engaged in very meaningful ways in both the academic opportunities as well as enrichment and wellness opportunities that we can provide. So that coordination is going to be critical. I think that it's also important that we proactively consider various methods of communicating with parents and students so that we as a district and as school staff understand the healthiest ways to partner with parents. I think as we define and design virtual learning spaces for our students, having a partnership with parents so that that definition and that creation is done so collaboratively with home is important, because I think we are asking parents to support home learning without necessarily giving parents an opportunity to provide input on what that might look like for them at home. And so as we continue to craft virtual learning, partnership with parents will be important so that we're thoughtful in what that means at home. A recommendation in addition to that is to render timely and appropriate support in the form of resources, professional development, and consultation to our general education teachers, our counselors, special education staff, multilingual teachers, and our specialists to ensure that all of our staff have the confidence, the technical assistance, and the skills necessary to facilitate virtual learning in the healthiest ways. So there are a couple other recommendations. In the interest of time, I won't go over them, but the ones that I named and just shared here are recommendations that as we plan for virtual learning in the fall, that we are thinking about learning lessons that we've learned and learning opportunities from the spring and early summer going into that. I also want to name that a review of the data that we did collect, it did indicate some significant disparities in student engagement and participation in virtual classroom meetings and the completion of assignments. So when I'm talking about engagement, I'm specifically speaking about the rate at which students participated and logged into virtual classroom meetings, if that were crew meetings or classroom sessions that were held at specific times. I'm also speaking about the utilization of office hours that teachers made available, and then assignment completion. So when I say engagement, I'm talking about that. And so those disparities did reveal that on average, students with IEPs, African-American students, and students receiving multilingual services, and students receiving multilingual services, there was a survey done, and so I'll talk through that, but there was a disparity between the level of engagement for the students in those identity categories that I identified compared with their white peers in the same grade level. This variation in the data across grade levels, I think, give us opportunities to learn about what differentiation could look like and what increased services could look like in virtual spaces in partnership with all of our teachers. We also received data that indicates, on average, students in grades 8 through 12 participated in fewer virtual meetings and completed fewer assignments as we got closer to the end of the school year. compared to students in grades 1st through 7th grade. So I also want to name again that there were differences in the data that was collected across grade levels. And so the analysis of the data that I'm summarizing may have some inaccuracies. And so it's an estimation of engagement trends. And it should be noted that we want to give consideration to those inconsistencies in the data collection. But going forward, clear communication about that data collection will help us understand through an equity lens who we're engaging, and then who we are not doing the best job with, or where we can improve with engaging our students. With that, I will press pause and pass it to my good friend, Julie.
All right, thank you, Sam. So from a special education perspective, we've talked about this in the past, that our priority, of course, has been the health and safety and wellness of all of our students in the district. And that's what led the work that occurred when we closed our schools. So our special education teachers were asked to make those connections with all of the students on their caseloads and work with the students and the families and be frequent with those contacts. In addition, making sure that they documented all of those efforts made in what we call good faith. As we know, students with disabilities requirements. We have free appropriate public education requirements. We have special education laws that govern the education of the students. While in the system, in the situation, we weren't able to deliver services at the same level that the students were receiving that were listed in the IEPs, in many cases, the individualized education programs. And so that created some challenges related to engagement. There were issues related to accessibility. Many of our students have significant disabilities, and it impaired their ability to access their education. Technology might have been too complex. The way it was designed or delivered might have been too fast and too challenging for the students. Some students have significant communication deficits, and so therefore, accessing information virtually was very challenging for them. Students have physical disabilities that impede their ability to be able to access and utilize technology in the same way as their non-disabled peers might be able to. So essentially what we did is we worked with the special education staff and we said, okay, as of the end of the third quarter, we want to use the data that you have right now to be kind of our baseline, if you will, moving forward. And that third quarter progress reporting is critical because we have to report progress of our students on a quarterly basis for students with disabilities to their parents as well. So by having that data, that's kind of our baseline set. So between then and now, we've been able to determine what kind of progress students have made. Now, there have been examples of students who've made great progress and have really responded very well to the virtual environment. Some of our speech therapists have said that the virtual environment was highly desirable for some of their students receiving teletherapy, we call it, speech therapy via computer, via technology. And students were more engaged in a virtual setting than they might have been in a face-to-face setting. So some students actually made progress in this process, which is really awesome. So that's the kind of data that we were collecting. All of the staff were looking at what the students were doing and how they were performing and what kind of progress they were making, if any. Some students haven't made meaningful progress at all. And so what we've asked our teachers to do is to communicate with the families, with the students, and identify something that we are terming COVID-19 impact service needs. Okay, so it's kind of like a term that initially the Office of Civil Rights and the U.S. Department of Education, they were coming up with all these different ways to describe how schools needed to meet the needs of students with disabilities. And they were talking about compensatory education before, but compensatory education essentially has like a kind of a legally negative connotation applied to it. It's kind of what you do when maybe there's an error made and a district has to respond to that. And that's not what's happening here. This is a situation we had to respond to. So therefore, we kind of went along with this movement of this COVID-19 impact service. So we asked all the special education teachers to identify those students who may be in need of these additional services potentially this summer, either face-to-face if we can safely, or virtually, however the delivery model would be appropriate for the students, and essentially provide us with those recommendations. And of our students, 22% of our students were referred for COVID impact services. And so what we've been doing is trying to filter through that and identify how we're going to provide some additional services to students yet this summer potentially, or into the fall. Because the ultimate goal for us is to help our students make progress and to make progress towards achieving their IEP goals and their educational goals in general. So that is the work that we are undergoing right now, trying to map out exactly what all the individual services would be for the students, and then what are the next steps to potentially providing some of those services in a safe and healthy manner yet this summer, if we can, for some of the kids. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Julie.
You're welcome.
I have a question, and then I'll open it up to the board members. I think this is probably for Tim. So I guess I'm trying to understand what kinds, like what, I understand that there was kind of a variation in the engagement data, but I guess I'm trying to get at, like, what were you asking? Like, what kinds of information were you trying to get at? How are you defining engagement for students?
Yeah, so yeah, that's a great question. So one of the ways that and how I gathered the data that you're seeing in the executive summary is through spreadsheets, which we used as communication tools between teachers and deans and assistant principals and counselors and administration. So in that case, the definition of engagement is pretty loose. And at the elementary level, that would be a student isn't responding, turning in assignments, not joining a crew, a weekly crew meeting, not responding to emails. At the secondary level, that could be any one of a student's teachers identifying that the student's not responding to emails or assignments. So that the data that you're seeing there is not a blanket statement of students were not engaged entirely at that secondary level. It was they were not engaged in any one or multiple classes. So what I utilized in terms of giving you actual data was if a teacher had put down a student's name in a spreadsheet to say, the student able to contact this student, they're not engaging with me, and we're asking for follow-up steps from an assistant principal, a dean, or a counselor to help get that student engaged. So that's what I was using to come up with the data that I shared in the executive summary on my part.
Okay, and then to get to Sam's point about recommendations, what is your expectations for next year in terms of what kinds of data will you be looking to get for student engagement?
Yeah, I think in this case, we had a pretty loose definition of engagement and just wanted to support kids as much as possible. I think we can pretty narrow down a bit better on defining exactly what engagement looks like or doesn't look like in order to be able to give a much clearer idea of when we would have an administrator or when we would for a student to not be engaging. I think we can probably do a better job of defining what that is for our teachers and what those steps are in order to get that student to engage, particularly if we're starting a new school year, because it's going to be really important that we get I don't know how to say it any other way. It's going to be really important that we get all students to engage so that they're not falling behind at any point in time during virtual learning. So we can do a much better job of defining what that engagement exactly looks like and defining processes to really ensure that students are engaging.
I'll just ask, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think the inconsistency in data collection speaks to either the lack of clarity around what data we were asking teachers to submit or what was communicated, because I think I'll use SIS for an example. They had a pretty comprehensive data collection mechanism set up to report student engagement data by multiple identities across grade levels, gender, race. So we were able to comprehensively see at SIS what engagement looked like on a day-to-day basis. That same approach or expectation for collecting data and engagement was not shared across all grade levels. And so I think when we're looking at K-12 across the system, we should norm or standardize a collection form or protocol so that the data we're getting accurately reflects, and so that teachers know what we're also wanting to see accurately reflects student engagement, because some of the data that we shared out is what teachers shared with principals around who wasn't engaging. But I don't think all teachers were communicated with by their school leaders to submit information about student engagement. And so we just have a very small glimpse or very small snapshot of that. And so I think we just need to create that form, or in partnership with our teachers, create a data collection protocol so that we are getting accurate information across all of our grade levels. We shouldn't have a case where SIS, again, I'll use as the example, has a very thorough, very detailed data collection mechanism, but then that is different across the rest of our schools.
Yeah, and I guess, I think from a school board perspective, I think it's helpful for us to know like what the expectations are, and for parents to know like, so this is what the engagement should look like, and then this is what's happening. I think both of those pieces, given kind of the ways in which we moved to virtual learning this year happened, I think weren't necessarily the same across the board. But I think for the school board, I think for us to be able to say, like, this is what the expectations are, and to also, I think, really be able to communicate that with parents, because we field a lot of questions about that as well, and I'm sure you guys do too. And then understand, I think, I guess I was asking about the definition because I do think it's important to have multiple measures of engagement. I think there's lots of ways in which, I think there's lots of intangible ways probably even that teachers also engage with students that it's hard to necessarily measure. So I'd want teachers involved in like thinking of many things, right? Is it turning in the assignment? Is it, whatever it is. But having kind of multiple pieces of that, getting to what Julie was talking about and Sam about how, and I think a lot of the parents we've talked to say that like in some ways they really were engaged, in other ways they weren't, right? So I don't know what that means, like in a global measurement. So I don't know if, Emily, did you want to add something to that question?
I was going to say it's the same, I guess along the same lines of what you said. I mean, I just want to be really explicit that as a board, we need better data to work with to be able to make decisions in terms of what we should be monitoring, the expectations that are reasonable. And I think, while I appreciate that everybody was obviously doing the best they could as we started, I really hope we can do a better job in the fall at being ready to jump in with really robust expectations and measurement of exactly what Sam laid out in his recommendations, because that helps us as a board do our jobs as much as I assume it helps you all do yours. I think, to the extent we are trying to be really flexible and approach the fall knowing that we may have to pivot maybe multiple times in the next school year to be able to respond. We just have to have good data to work with. I'm probably telling you what you know, but I just want to underscore that also as a board, we need that. Do you have other questions, Paru? I didn't want to take over if you weren't done.
I think Clark wanted to add something to this. Oh, sorry, Hillary. I'll come to you next.
Yeah, I think
Clark.
we all have questions that we want to ask, but Clark, go right ahead.
Okay, I was just going to follow up on when you were talking about the data collection methods needing to be uniform, and to piggyback off of what Emily said on what our expectations need to be going into the next year. My guess is that's what you're using those questions to help make the decision on what the virtual learning platform would even be, right? Because my expectation would be that we want to stick with one if we can. I don't know if that's going to be logistically possible. But one of the things that I was hearing from parents and teachers as well was that the diversity in which we were collecting that data was part of the issue. And so I guess I'm hoping that we can come up with a solution that would help you collect that data more easily. The other piece of that too is there going to be a component on data collection that might be a little bit more subjective, because I think Sam brought up some great points about the observations that he's made just in the feedback that he's getting from people. And I'm assuming that that might be part of the strategic coordination that you mentioned too, Sam. So I kind of bunched a bunch in there, so I'll step back and let you respond. Thanks.
Yes, I agree, Clark. Yes.
Well, and I'll say, Clark, I think it's going to be important to, for everybody, I think in the dynamic of what we expect next year, I would say it's almost a certainty that we're going to be in and out of different modes. And so that's what we're preparing for. So I think to think linearly about, we're going to select one way to be able to deliver instruction next year, and be able to come up with, measures A, B, and C, and then ride that throughout the entire year, I think is kind of understanding the complexity of what we're working through. And that really at any point in time, if we get an outbreak within our community, which very well may happen, we might have to pull one classroom of students into virtual learning. We might have to pull a school into virtual learning. We might have to pull an entire district into virtual learning. And so what we want to do is build our systems, and which is what our work is this summer, to be able to be responsive to that. And then in whatever mode we're in, then to build the indicators that you're asking for, and to make sure that we have that accountability that's part of that. But I want to make sure that we're taking a broad look at the complexity of this, because this is exponentially more difficult in the uncertainty that we're dealing with prior to getting a vaccine.
Right, and I absolutely understand what you're saying, Brian, there. I guess what I want to make sure that we keep an eye on too is that with all of that complexity, having multiple ways of delivering virtual learning is going to make it even harder, I think.
Yes.
So if we can standardize that, one of the things that we heard from parents was that, and I know that you guys already addressed this, I think, but one of the things that we heard from some parents was that educating the educator at home is going to be crucial, much more crucial this time, right? Because part of that engagement, I'm guessing, you're not going to know for sure because it's not a data point that we can collect, but part of that lack of engagement might be parents are looking at all these emails they're getting, trying to figure out how they're helping their kids get through it, right? And I don't expect that to be as big of an issue going into the fall, because you guys will have addressed that. The last question I had about engagement, Tim, was, am I making an invalid assumption by saying that for 8 through 12, a good portion of that drop off in engagement at the end of the year simply could have been, I'm okay with my third quarter grade?
Is that to me or to Tim?
Either one of you, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Tim, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. I think that could be certainly a piece of it. I don't know if I can confidently tell you like that's the reason why a student decided not to engage. But I mean, it certainly could be part of it. The other part that, Sam has very clearly pointed out for us, even way back in March, is that we need to prepare for drop-offs in engagement near the end of the year as the weather gets better, as it gets nicer outside. Statistics will tell us that we're going to find a lack of engagement. Right, so we call it the senior slide, even if we're not in virtual learning. So, I think there's a lot of different variables at play. So would I say, is it possible that the third quarter grade had something to do with that? Absolutely. I'm not going to negate that. Am I also going to say there's probably a multitude of other things that also were in there? Yep. And that's the difficult part about education, is it's not a clean scientific study where you can say, well, that's the only variable that changed, because we'd see a decline in engagement even if we hadn't gone virtual at a higher level as well. So Sam, do you want to follow up on that?
No, that was essentially the point that I was going to make. In our early discussions back in March, we anticipated that we'd see a significant drop off in engagement, and as Tim pointed out, that's typical in a face-to-face, in-person format, and we just see that heightened in the way that students are typically, I mean, for social reasons, they are fine with engaging virtually through Snapchat and social media and all of that. But to expect the student to engage with that same level of enthusiasm and commitment for academic and instructional pieces, it's not going to happen. Like that drops off more time goes by. And so that was something we were able to anticipate, that we knew. One of the things that I think we need to be strategic about next year is piquing student interest in what the learning looks like, to keep students highly interested in like the learning material and learning opportunities. We make the assumption as educators that students, whether they're interested or not, are going to engage and complete assignments and log in. But we know that that's not true. If a student is not interested, or if a student is struggling, or if a student needs face-to-face interaction, or if they need social interaction and they need to see a person and like all of those things, if that's not there, a student is then dealing with the lack of motivation to buy in. And so I know with a group of students that I was working with, they said right off the beginning, like, I need face-to-face, I need some engagement, I need to hear, somebody's voice. If not, like I'm not keeping up. And they said that back in March. And so they knew right away, like they made a decision for themselves. My style of learning is not in front of a computer. As I was looking at feedback from our multilingual students who completed the survey, they said the majority of students who responded to that survey said the exact same thing, that in-person communal face-to-face format is important to them. And so I just think as we plan for next year, negotiating students' need for in-person engagement with the need to have their interests captured in what the learning material and learning looks like will be critical to sustain engagement, especially if we are going to be in virtual spaces for long periods of time.
Thanks, Sam. I'm going to let Hillary go ahead and ask a question.
Yeah, I just kind of 3 quick things. Tim, is that survey still open for parents who want to give feedback on the virtual learning? It is. Okay, so that link was what you had sent, I think it was the last day or the last week of school.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm kind of owning the truth of not having reliable data, consistent data, and clearly that's a growth opportunity. I agree with my colleagues who have already raised that point. But I'm curious, do we have, at least as a bare minimum, a data point that says we've lost, this X amount of kids? Like, do we know that there are kids in our district that did not have connections, did not submit work, did not have any relationship with anyone in school, whether it's the dean, the principal, the teacher, from March to the end of the year? Do we have data that shows that statistic?
Do we have data? No. Do we have names? Yes. So our principals certainly, our principals and deans and assistant principals certainly would have a knowledge of if a teacher has been unable to engage, multiple teachers have been unable to engage, they've been unable to contact them. And so that, like, it just never happened. Absolutely. Yes, we have names. Do I have a data point for you off the top of my head? No.
Okay. I think it reinforces in the conversation about engagement, just reinforces, at least I know how it was in our house, how heavily, particularly as we went to virtual learning, it is incumbent upon parents for particularly the younger kids, but even in talking to older families, they need to constantly be pulling kids to do the work, or, that's a heavy lift for parents and working parents. And I know we've acknowledged that, but I think it's important to keep that in our frame, because if we, not knowing what fall is going to look like, and as we all acknowledge that, and we all acknowledge the need to pivot and to have multiple modes, at the ready, depending on what happens, I do believe that that student success is so intimately tied with the parents' ability to make that happen. So I know, as we have these conversations in the teacher work group and the work group through the summer, we really are talking about being such a wraparound kind of school framework now, that we are having to address all aspects of kids' needs and family needs in so many ways. So I do know that you guys are considering that as well, but just every conversation that we have and sort of it feels like everything that we are considering, there's, many different lanes and many different possibilities and many different things to consider. So it does make some of these issues just seem, just compoundedly difficult. I appreciate how quickly, and I want to reiterate what Sam said, just how quickly and how much work was done by our staff, by our professional staff, you guys too, the administrators too, just the heavy load that was done from March to the end of the year and is continuing to be done. And I don't want that to go unnoticed. But I hope that I appreciate these reflections and the growth opportunities. And, obviously from the board's perspective, we're ready to do what we need to do to support you in those opportunities for growth and making this school year successful for all of our students. So thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hillary. I had a question for Julie. I really appreciated the way you phrased the COVID-19 impact services. I think the way you kind of thought about that. And so I guess I wanted to know, I'm trying to think through, like, usually in the summer, what do our students who are special ed or special needs do while school is closed that normally receive their services through us?
Right. So in the past, the students would be referred for summer school, typically. Not all students participated in summer school programs, and so they could if that worked out for the student and the family. This year is no different. All of our students with disabilities were given the opportunity in kindergarten through grade 7 to participate in our summer school program. And so there are many kids who are participating in addition to the students who have been identified with disabilities. Students who are receiving intervention in reading or math are also receiving opportunities through summer school to help close those learning gaps. So there's measures in place that we've, I think, done a really nice job getting out in front of with our summer school planning and programming. And Tim was leading that with Nate, and Kelsey was also working on that. So essentially working through a process to help the students in the summer has been really important for us. And that's really looking at what has been done in the past. As far as COVID impact, that's separate from that. So essentially, we would have our students who are participating in summer school, and then there's more students with disabilities and other related needs that can't access summer school because it's designed to be virtual this summer. So these are the services that I'm talking about getting beyond that. Students who need face-to-face direct contact, maybe therapy service, physical therapy, occupational therapy, face-to-face positioning, movement, speech and language, face-to-face, those types of things. That's that next level of COVID impact service that we're talking about. There's one other service that students who have disabilities can participate in if it's an IEP related decision, and that's called extended school year service. That's typically for kids who have more significant disabilities and need to receive services so they don't regress, or if they were emerging in specific skills, that they have the opportunity to gain those skills without losing them, or the recoupment could be extra long in the fall when they come back. It might take them extra long to recoup those skills that might have been lost over the summer regression. So essentially, we're looking through summer school, extended school year, and now COVID impact services.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to understand that better. Emily, did you have a question?
I guess a couple things, a comment and a few questions. I guess a specific ask. I noticed that some of the things that Sam, rightfully named and owned, to use as language, which I really appreciate. Some of those things are not in this written report, and I know it's informational only and not something we have to approve. But I would really appreciate if we put that stuff in writing. That was what I was expecting when I asked about this data earlier. I think that's important for a couple of reasons. I think I 100% understand that the data wasn't great or complete, but where we have evidence that that students were harmed, that they fell off the radar, some of the reasons for that were not in our control, but some were. I think, again, we should name and own that. It's important we do that, I guess not least so that we can go to our teachers and say, look, we have to put kids first. That's why we're setting these expectations that are going to be standard, from K4 to 12th grade. And it's because we know kids are going to be harmed if we do things in a less consistent way. We know that all of our teachers care deeply about equity and want to do what's right for their kids. So they need to see too the evidence that when, I guess, the outreach, the services that we offered fell short, that that kids stopped responding. So again, I know there's some things that are out of our control and the data is incomplete, but I think it's important that we point out at least the trends that we were able to identify, and just note that that data is, again, incomplete. Again, I guess I'd underscore Sam's recommendation that we really need to be really consistent about what we're communicating to teachers. I'm really sensitive to, I think about teachers that I know who have small kids at home and are struggling like I am with balancing, virtual learning, and, may not feel like they have time to reach out to individual students. But then the other part of me thinks they also care about their students who are maybe just have stopped responding or did stop responding to outreach. And I don't, I guess I just want to make sure that teachers know that that it is okay to reach out, that they should raise an alarm, that they shouldn't just, let it go because maybe we don't want to push too hard on parents or on kids for that matter. I heard from parents, I guess, that in some ways that surprised me. I think all of us from the board on down took the approach early on that we didn't want to push kids to a point of stress when we already were in this really stressful pandemic, that we didn't want them to worry about their grades. I think the flip side of that is I heard from, parents of high schoolers who were really devastated because they didn't hear a thing from their teachers, face to face from the time that school closed. And they'd have, 20 minutes of homework in high school. And that, I think as much as we know, nice weather and whatnot draws them away at the end of the year, I think there were some kids who were brokenhearted about losing touch with not only their peers, but their teachers, and not seeing them face to face and feeling like not much was expected of them. And as much as I'm concerned about kids who really weren't able to, do kind of the daily logins and understand the reasons why we didn't set expectations for synchronous learning, I also, I think what I've learned over this time is that there's a danger in going too far the other way. So I know everybody here wants to, to find that balance. I think it's important we name that. A couple of questions I had were already answered. I did have one question early about the plans about devices and Wi-Fi. I wanted to be reminded if we are planning to purchase more devices and or hotspots. And just a request, I think you had noted at one point, Brian, that there were kids, or maybe someone noted that there were kids who had been for a while working just on their phones. And if we can just be really clear, if we do pivot to virtual learning, that's not, that doesn't cut it. You know, nobody should be working on their phone.
Yeah, we were able to get that covered. Actually, Mickey and I had a conversation about that this afternoon, and we were able to get that covered. One of the advantages I think that was available for families over the last 3 months that likely won't be is like I think Sprint offered like some free Wi-Fi over a period of time for the pandemic, or you know there were some deals out there that likely won't be available moving forward.
Right.
So Mickey and I talked this afternoon about purchasing additional devices, Chromebooks that would have hotspots in them.
Right.
So we've got to pay for those, but that's part of what we're allocating for an upgrade, just to make sure that we don't fall short in that potential environment as we would make that transition really quickly.
And then I had a follow-up about like the number or names. I guess there was a question if we know how many kids, just like as Hillary said, just totally disappeared, fell off the radar. If we know who those kids are, I know not, you know, there's only select staff that are here through the summer, but can we design an intervention, something along the lines of what we have for kids in special ed, and just say like, we know that you disappeared, you know, can administrators be assigned to like reach out to families during the summer and somehow come up with a mitigation plan to help those kids at a minimum, you know, say like, okay, you know, nothing's going to happen this summer, but we know in the fall we're going to give you a bunch of wraparound services. Can we, I mean, is there anything that you all have discussed about what to do about kids you know had just disappeared?
Yeah, and we've talked largely about trying to make sure that whatever we do in the fall really truly engages more students, you know, from the face-to-face to the hybrid or physically distanced to if we do have to go back to virtual learning for short to long period of time, making sure that it does engage students more. I can certainly talk to principals about, you know, engaging some of those students in the summer in what they might be willing to do around that. But otherwise, you know, that's also going to be part of our discussions about when we come back. Sorry about that. Is going to be around like what do we do for kids who weren't engaged in order to make sure that they catch up? So that's it.
Yeah, and Emily, I would just add to that because I think that's a good point. And something we've been talking about is, you know, also what about the content that was missed, because we weren't able to get through as much content. And as you would have a junior, as I do, you know, approaching the ACT in the spring, you know, how do you make sure that content was covered in core areas, for example? And if it wasn't, you know, what adjustments are we making? So that needs to be part of our planning moving forward, whether that happens this summer or is just some intentional work as we're engaging at the beginning of next year. That's some of the things that we're going to need to iron out.
And what I actually just something popped into my mind. I know Joe Paddock had described the student services kind of like huddles that they had, where they'd have kind of a short list of kids who needed some extra wraparound support. And I wonder if you have those names of kids that you haven't heard, nobody's heard from since we closed, like give those names to student services and like talk about September 1, you know, how do we wrap our services around that kid and get, you know, make sure we know what they need, both in terms of content they missed, but also like maybe they had a family member who passed and we just didn't know. Like maybe, you know, they had to get a job and go to work and that was why they didn't show up and do any virtual learning. Just like figure out what's going on with them and then how we get them caught up the same way we would with special ed students. I think that would be what would be ideal in my mind. One last little minor thing is I wondered, we have, I think later in the agenda talking about forms and fees. And I wondered if we might investigate like adding fields or at least one field in registration that would allow a family to indicate that if we were to go to a virtual learning, that they need a device. So they could tell us like now. And then, or like alternatively, say how many laptops they have in their house, or like, do, you know, yes or no, do you have high-speed Wi-Fi? And that way, and like make it a required question so that the families don't have to proactively like say, yes, we need a device, but we already know. And we can just, then we have a real good count, and we have, you know, the names right away from day one.
Yep. So a couple things we can do. We know that we're hoping to put out a survey early to mid-July, asking families in conjunction with talking with their kids about what sort of styles of learning they might be willing to re-enter schools with. So we can get an anonymous number there of families that may need a device, because we likely won't. I don't have this confirmed, but as of right now, I don't know if we're thinking about collecting names for that survey, so we may be able to get a rough number from that, and then we could build that into the registration process as well. But we could get a rough number now for ordering purposes, and make sure that we have enough devices going forward.
Thank you. Thanks for all the time.
Yep.
Mickey did something similar to that this time around. I don't know if you guys remember, where he sent something out and that's how we knew. So I think we probably could do something similar to get some information. I just had 2 quick questions, Tim. So one is there, to Hillary's point, was there a student survey about virtual learning that like went out K-12?
It was a parent-student survey, so it was sent to all students through the student email service, and then it was sent to all parents through Infinite Campus. So they're on the same survey, but we can certainly, you know.
So students did get it.
Yep. So both students and parents got it. Correct.
I might have to ask my students about that. And then
I'm sorry. 4th through 12th got it. 4th through 12th.
Yeah, okay. And then I wanted to ask, this is kind of related to the idea of progress. So, and some of the questions that came up around grading, and I think concern around loss or maybe not progressing at grade level over the last 3 months. There's a lot of national data showing this now, and I guess I know in our work group we're thinking about the fall, but you know, and like how we're gonna. I think we need to think about making up, I guess from my perspective, like making it up over the course of probably more than just a couple weeks. But how are you thinking about how to do that, and how are we going to measure that over the course of next year? Is something I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah, so a couple of good questions. First and foremost, when it comes to talking about kids coming back to school, the one thing that I'm going to keep at as a top priority is making sure that the safety and well-being of our students, 1, physically is taken care of, 2, mentally is taken care of, and being able to bring them back to a welcoming and nurturing environment. They need to know that they're welcome. They need to know that they're safe in order for them to catch back up. So that takes like number 1 priority. Number 2, we've talked heavily about the need for time during our back to school professional development to be dedicated to teachers talking to teachers the grade level below them, not only about students. So to Emily's point of, you know, this student didn't engage at all, you need to be aware of that, but also to, these are the topics that we covered, these are the topics that we missed, these are the topics that really need to be hit on, and dedicating time for those discussions to happen before we get into the start of the year, and then dedicating time to say to teachers that we can go back and review that material. And hopefully providing a rough timeline of what that looks like. Because as much as we need to catch back up, we also need to keep moving forward. We can't just say we're going to dedicate a quarter to it, because then we'll be another quarter behind at the end of the year. So there is some acceleration that's going to need to happen this year in order to catch kids back up. And that's going to be difficult as we move through different phases of education. If that so happens, you know, if we have to go from face-to-face to small cohort to virtual learning, that's going to be a really difficult task. But certainly it's on the minds of our teachers and myself in terms of, as we plan, we need to plan for not only making up, but also kind of continuing on. You know, in today's meeting with staff, the question was, well, are we planning on covering all the standards that we would usually cover in a year? And honestly, right now, I can't, like, the answer I have to give you is absolutely. We're hoping to cover all the standards that we covered this, next year that we would regularly cover. And we're going to do our darndest to do that so that our kids not only get caught up, but they are set up for success in future grade levels. It may take a little bit of time, but we also can be open and honest about where we're at so that we can continue to pick up kids where they left off and have those conversations.
Thanks.
I have one more question, Peru, and
Okay.
you just made me think of it, Tim. In addition to what you were just saying about how we need to make sure they get caught up to carry on, right? What do you think you're going to need to do to take into account? Every kid's got to go through that, right? But there's going to be kids that are going through transitions that have that added anxiety of going from 6th to 7th, 7th to 8th even sometimes too, right? And then 8th to 9th, and then the juniors preparing for, their final year next year as seniors. What are some of the thoughts that you guys have? If you don't have them yet, but you're thinking about it, I totally understand it. But I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, actually, Clark, that exact topic was brought up in our subgroup. We haven't gotten to it quite yet, but that is a topic on the agenda to talk about. So we have not gotten to that one quite yet within those transitions, but we know those transitions are important. And typically, the activities where we would have those kids in our schools beforehand might have to look different. But it is certainly a topic that we have on the agenda to try to make sure that we cover.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, and I guess I was asking also because I think, as we move forward with thinking about resources needed for next year, I think one of the things that comes out for me from the work group is that everything that we need to do next year is going to cost more money. And to me, one of the things that I hear you talking about and thinking about catching up students is the need for more support. There's going to be a lot of more students who need support. And some of those students are getting support in the summer, but some of them are not going to get support this summer. And so I think as a board, we need to be thinking about that, and we'll be looking to you to tell us about how we're going to make sure that happens.
Absolutely.
And then I guess Pablo, did you have anything?
Yeah, whenever you're done, I'm good.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to thank the administrative team and the teachers for their laser focus on, student well-being, both health and mental wellness, and the quick and seamless, for the most part, pivot that you all made in March. I thought, our leadership and our teachers it was something that nobody expected in February. Well, some people may have, but I think everyone was caught off guard. I think you all did a tremendous job. I really appreciate the chance now to pause and reflect, given that we did pivot midstream, and learn from what's worked. And you've been, quite honest and reflective, and you've looked at and you're continuing to look at what the community, parents, kids have shared. I too, would just like to echo and raise up some of the things that were shared, that need to have a consistent LMS, learning management system. And at the time when we pivoted, we thought, asynchronous was the way to go. We need to make this the arguments we had were based on equity. And really, we didn't have another pandemic to point to that had the technology and the tools that we have at our disposal today. That said, hearing some of the, hearing during Abby's comment at the beginning, during open comments about how difficult and alone her son felt, and then hearing in the town hall from some parents whose kids, it was part academic, but it was also in part just feeling kind of disconnected in our kids' circles. My kids' circles are basically their parents and the next door neighbors, and we've all been very careful about keeping our circles tight. I would urge, when we do, and then some aspects we will be going online in the fall, is to have more opportunities for students to engage, not just in a big group where students do a little, sharing of how their weekend went. And I know there was a gamut, right? There's a whole spectrum of some teachers that just embraced this and went full tilt, and others who struggled, and I don't fault them one bit based on where we were. But moving forward, the expectation, I think, for everyone is that it would be much higher, but that there would be, good pedagogical practices to, start small, start at the individual level, go to pairs, go to small groups, share. Many of the opportunities that were provided, at least for my older child who was in middle school, were large group, whole school, and there was no way on earth he was going to go and engage in that setting. And this is not about my children, but I think that anything we can do to have more synchronous opportunities, to have that connection, to have that check-in. I know of teachers in other districts and other communities where, there were individual check-ins. How often do our teachers in a real face-to-face setting just pull a kid aside and talk to them for a couple minutes, just a couple? I think the pivot, all right, it's done, we've learned, but going forward, I would expect that we would be able to have more of those one-on-one, more of those reach outs. The technology is there. I want to give a big shout out to not only to all of you, but also to Mickey and his team for for pivoting quickly and getting gadgets in the hands of students, including my own that didn't, we didn't have enough computers in the house. That was beautiful. So there's a lot to celebrate. But I think going forward, I would expect to see, more synchronous opportunities. We have some experts in the community. I know we have a great task force, but if you're not familiar with the work of Simone Conceição, who's the chair of administrative leadership at UWM, she's also an international kind of expert on distance learning. She lives literally 2 blocks from the high school. Someone we can tap into. So those are just my thoughts. I wanted to thank you, and then I'm excited about areas for growth going forward.
Thanks, Pablo. I think moving forward, Tim, can you tell us a little bit about when you will have had an opportunity to, I guess, go through all the survey data and bring that back to the board? And are you thinking that the plan moving forward will be rolled into the August 11th, like this is what school's going to be recommendations?
That was my goal. We're going to probably dive into virtual learning within our reopening work groups over the next couple of weeks. Finalize kind of what hybrid might look like, and then dive into that virtual piece and using the feedback from both the teacher survey and the parent and student survey, identify some of the changes to expectations and models that we would look at for our virtual learning and wrap that into one report for you.
Okay. And I guess I wanted just to ask the board what they thought, and maybe Brian, about maybe adding some indicators to OEs 10 and 11, so learning environment and instructional, so that, I guess, like in a pandemic addendum, so that I guess whatever expectations we have, I want them to be very clear from the board perspective, so you know what we're looking for and what data we're going to be asking you for next year. So we should bring that back as a board and have that discussion. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. That was going to be something I was going to request, just so we're clear on what the targets will be. And I think that's also, we can use our network to see what other districts are doing, because certainly all districts are somewhat in the same place. And our indicators, as you'll see through our report coming up, and because we don't have state testing report out on, certainly our indicators are very different and likely will be different for the next year or so. So be a good time to review those.
What's the likelihood that the state testing will be over forever? I can tell you right now, there's people in my house who are very happy that they didn't do the FORD exam this year.
I would say for this upcoming year, it's up in the air. I would say after that, it's probably coming back. So.
Okay, thanks. Any other final questions for Tim, Julie, or Sam? No? Thank you guys again for coming. Appreciate it. All right, and then kind of a similar topic. Brian, do you want to give the update on the school reopening work group?
Yeah, I'll give just an overview, and then if you have any questions. So we've had over 50 people attend the school reopening work group, which is made up of staff members, community members, parents. So we've had 2 meetings up to this point, and we meet on Thursday nights. We'll be meeting for the rest of the summer through August 6th to prepare to present a presentation, to give me recommendations to prepare a report for the board that will be delivered on August 11th. So that's on Thursday nights. We've met twice. On Tuesdays, then we have a staff-only group, and we've had over 50 people, 50 staff members attend that over the last couple of weeks. So we just had our second meeting today, and so we're using those 2 groups to be able to play off of each other and their level of expertise on both from the health and community parent perspective and then the staff perspective to be able to have energy going back and forth between those 2 groups on a weekly basis. So that's been helpful to be able to really talk about kind of policy and 30,000 foot expectations on Thursdays, and then to drill down into some specifics with teaching experts that we have that are in our buildings every day on Tuesdays. So a lot of people involved. We're producing minutes every Friday from the Thursday group, so getting that out to staff and to the community as an opportunity to stay transparent. And then we also have a repository of our minutes and reports that we're using for some of our data that's on our website. So we also have an opportunity for people to track. So we know that summer's a busy time and not everybody's able to be engaged throughout the summer. So we want a chance to have people be able to track our work that'll occur on a weekly basis throughout the summer. So that communication is important to us. And again, the culmination will be a board report to you on August 11th with some recommendations about how we're approaching the year. I will say that many of us are in our peer groups that are looking at different aspects of the reopening plans. So I meet twice a week with our North Shore superintendents, along with sporadic state calls that I'm on. I know, I believe Amy Miller, as the SEA president, is in the loop with WEAC. I know that Kelly Barlow is in with our district nurses. So there's a lot of peer groups that are taking kind of their slices and perspectives on providing feedback to the group. So we're able to use these work groups as a chance to really bring everything together. What's clear that's, I would say, changed over the last 3 months from when we originally went into the pandemic and it was really a statewide movement. What's clear and continues to be reinforced is that these are going to be local decisions and that it really needs to be specific to our community and our condition in our community that calls not only the resources and application that you're going to need to open school on September 1st for us, but also to make decisions as you're moving throughout the entire school year. So we'll do the best we can to be able to prepare multiple scenarios in a very complex and fluid dynamic that next year is going to be. Certainly, I think until we get a vaccine that's widely distributed, we're going to have to be able to work within these scenarios in some difficult circumstances. Some things that I wanted to highlight, again, the North Shore Health Department is the place that we look at for our direction for our local public health information. And so we're working with Dr. Ann Christensen on looking at a dashboard of gating criteria, if you will. So how do we know when things are getting bad, and what indicators are we going to use to maybe close the entire district down? And so as a North Shore superintendent group, we're working on some of that gating criteria that we would use of things essentially that we've learned that are key indicators for COVID-19 that would apply directly to schools. So that'll be part of our recommendation and presentation coming up in August, I anticipate. One of the questions that I asked Ann to talk through a little bit and project as well as she can is how are we going to handle contact tracing and quarantine procedures? Because if you're familiar with the process, the contact tracing is completed by the North Shore Health Department, so that'll be their responsibility, not the school responsibility. But the North Shore Health Department then, once there's a positive test, then goes back and does contact tracing, and essentially who were you in contact with while you were in a contagious situation. And so the determinants about quarantine are going to be really important for us as we're moving forward, because we anticipate having at least one positive test within our schools as we're moving throughout the year. And so where that student is, who they had contact with, whether or not they're using a mask, whether or not you'd have to quarantine just the people that they were around, or if it'd have to be an entire class, are all determinants of things that we would need to look at in special situations. So the science behind the quarantine procedures, my understanding right now is people that were within 6 feet of you for 15 minutes or more is kind of the risk. That's when the risk factors go up about spreading the disease. And certainly with, hand contact or bodily contact, if you will, that can be an instant spread. But just through being in the same environment, it's that 6 foot halo around a student. So we know that in our elementary environments, it's very difficult to keep kids away from each other. And many of our best teaching practices tell us that we need to be in small groups and we need to be moving around, and that body movement is important to stimulate learning. And so we know that most likely, if we were to have positive cases at the elementary school, that it may very well be an entire class that would need to be under the protocol. Knowing that the protocol right now calls for 14 days of quarantine, that is a big shift, right? And so you might be in a situation where, we would have an entire class that may need to switch to virtual learning in pretty short notice. So if you think about that, what we're trying to do is, if that becomes our reality, which it likely will at some level in the school district throughout next year, how do we make sure that we're building scenarios in to mitigate that risk as much as possible? So how do we minimize the movement during the day? How do we minimize the mixing that kids have with other classes? Because it's one thing to be in a class of 25 for most of the day, but as soon as classes go to lunch or they go to recess and start mixing with another group of 25, exponentially that contact tracing becomes really big, really fast. And we want to be able to build structures within our recommendations to try to mitigate that risk, and try to, when those cases do pop, then we can have a better handle on, what we would need to do as far as quarantine, and try to minimize the number of students that would need to be quarantined. Certainly one of our major concerns, in addition to students, is staff. So we have, many staff who have underlying health conditions, and preparing staff and giving them the proper PPE to make sure that they're safe throughout next school year is important. If you think about, if a high school student, for example, is in a 7-period day and goes throughout an entire day and then pops positive the next day, the number of people that student could be in contact with, may very well include multiple teachers and multiple classes, multiple students. That very well could have a pretty devastating effect on us moving forward. So those are just projections right now about how the quarantining and contact tracing would go. So again, working with Ann Christensen, we're going to nail down some specific procedures. She's working directly with the Department of Health Services at the state to make sure that we're following their protocols. But that will also be part of the reporting that we'll do for August 11th. So not only the school board, but certainly our entire community is clear on what our process will be for quarantining, because that will have a direct effect for us as we're moving forward. And then having conversations as the conversations come up about masks, about personal protective equipment, but specifically masks, and what we will expect to have as far as students having masks or staff having masks. So those are things that we're still in the process of looking at. I know the work group has talked about a requirement of all students having a mask, because we know that helps reduce the spread, especially as we're looking at situations where we're likely not going to be able to accommodate all physical distancing. to have people 6 feet apart. The importance of a mask becomes pretty critical actually in that space. And then you think about then what that looks like in a second grade classroom with students having masks on and being able to keep masks on and keep masks appropriately protecting people along with, at the high school. So the protocols and procedures are the things that we're still working through and what those expectations are. There's some conversations that we need to have with legal counsel about the ability to require such a thing and to be able to, still provide access to free and appropriate public education. Certainly, we intend through our delivery to have virtual learning likely available for many of our students who have underlying health conditions or just aren't comfortable being in our spaces, more so than we have, had just in the past of people just not coming to school, being absent, but certainly being able to provide some of those opportunities. So as I mentioned before, the complexities, almost as we go topic to topic, the complexities become exponentially trickier in a space that's already difficult to make progress in. And so I wanted to provide that overview. So we just are going in eyes wide open. So we know the level of complexity and I'm very proud of our staff to be able to have over 50 staff members, engage on a Tuesday afternoon and a series of Tuesdays afternoons throughout the summer is just providing invaluable insight for us to be able to do the best we can to prepare some practical solutions and then be able to have a community that is willing to engage at the level that we are on Thursday nights to be able to really work through a lot of these things. So again, it's going to be an evolving plan, and we certainly know from an instruction standpoint that we have the hope that we can be back, a majority of kids being back face to face, in that we know that we'll have a small percentage of students that will need some virtual support. So what that looks like could be live streaming classes, for example. So you'd have a synchronous effect when teachers are teaching a regular class and kids could be present via like an iPad, for example, are some of the things that we're looking at some alternative measures that will have maybe kids going to school 2 or 3 times a week with some virtual learning on the opposite days. And then certainly preparing for an all virtual situation that if we get in the same spike from a community standpoint as we did this year, that we'd be ready to make that transition, applying the lessons that we learned this year to make sure that that's a more effective process. And so likely more synchronous opportunities and more definitive direction and resources that we have. So those are the kind of the instructional scenarios that we're working through. And again, there's a lot to work through. As Tim had mentioned, we'll be doing a survey of parents. We'll be doing a survey in probably mid-July. And we wanted to wait. I know some communities had done a survey already. We wanted to wait to be able to describe kind of what we anticipate the environment looking like, and then being able to describe that on the survey and say, all right, so if students were strongly recommended to wear masks, and masks were going to be a thing, does that help your level of anxiety to be able to send your student to school? Because for me, it makes a big difference. And so trying to get some of those environmental conditions defined for parents so we can get a pretty good read on whether parents are going to be willing on September 1st to send their students to a face-to-face environment, or if they're would tend to need some virtual support. And getting a read on that in mid-July is going to be important for us so we can include that data as part of the report to you, and then we can start to build in some professional development to make sure that we're as prepared as we can be for September 1st. So that's an overview of the work group, and take any questions if there's any.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, Emily?
Thank you for that detail. That's really helpful. So I much appreciated. I had one quick question. There was a question in the town hall about how to get more information, and I know that. Thank you for making sure that the minutes are posted online really quickly. Just in the interest of enhancing that, even I think it might be helpful to connect that with the click here for COVID button.
Oh, sure.
because I don't think it's connected. And then the other thing is like if somebody has a question beyond that isn't answered by reviewing the documents on that page, it lists you as the administrative contact Brian. Maybe we could even be clearer that like you're the contact if people have questions beyond what's in there, or if even like we might have a dedicated email address to direct to the work group or something. I don't know, whatever you think is right. But I think just being really clear about how to get further information would be helpful. But I appreciate what's already there. That's and I looked at it, so it's helpful for me to kind of get a sense of what everybody was talking about. And I know we did get a bunch of questions from the town hall that I'm sure we'll pass on to you. That's
great. Thank you.
Other questions or about the report? No, Clark, Pablo?
Yeah, I mean, gosh, a few. I mean, some that popped up during the town hall meeting. I do recognize that the work needs to be done to really explore. I guess my concern is we're not approving this plan until the August 11th meeting, and parents, including board members, have to make plans for childcare, assuming that kids are not going to go back to school 5 days a week. I think that's probably a safe bet. I guess yeah, I don't know, what are folks' thoughts? I mean, I think parents, is there, I don't know that we can up it, and it's a shifting landscape. I think folks really thought, you know, we'd see kind of a plateau and then a peak later, you know, during flu season. We're actually seeing, I think, something different. It's a spike, and I think it's because we've had such a fragmented response nationally, at the state level and locally to, you know, how we're responding. I guess I'm just concerned that 2.5 weeks is not going to be a whole lot of time for folks to pivot and make plans.
Yeah, so I'll say I'm not sure it's a certainty that we would only have kids in school like 2 to 3 days a week. I think that's something that we'll survey and see what the response is. I think you know, from myself and talking to people in the community, you know, I think there's significant barriers for us from a childcare standpoint. The difference between the last 3 months and what the next 3 months are going to provide is people will be going back to offices, and so we're not really in the same environment that we were before. So that's part of what I'm really looking for from feedback from the community survey, is to see at what level, you know, would people be able to navigate, you know, a 3 day a week or 2 day a week type of when kids are at school, you know, versus being home for a little bit. So I think we really need to pay close attention to that feedback from a parent standpoint. And that to me will help drive the decision. To your point though, Pablo, it will be the end of July by the time, mid to end of July by the time we get that back. And we won't have a lot of time to necessarily communicate. We're certainly conscious of that as a work group and as an administrative team, and any recommendations that we make that are going to change anything to the calendar that would affect parents' schedules, or certainly something as dramatic as I have to find a place for my, you know, elementary school kids for a couple days a week. We know that that'll be significant, and so, you know, we'll use that in the weight of what our recommendations are going to be. So anyway, I guess that's where I'd say.
Am I hearing you say that, you know, going back to school 4 to 5 days a week is a possibility?
Yeah, I think it's a distinct possibility that we'd be in school 5 days a week, and provide an opportunity for people that are not comfortable being in school to have a virtual option, which may look like, you know, again, live streaming classes or something like that. So I think especially when we think about our elementary students and the need for, you know, especially reading and math instruction, you know, for the gaps that we were just talking about and experienced, for instruction to really have fidelity, you know, in a 2 to 3 day a week situation, especially at the elementary school, is very, very difficult. So I know we want to be able to provide hybrid options just in case. But I'm hopeful that we can come back, face to face with the idea that we'd be able to provide some virtual opportunities for families that are more comfortable in that setting for as long as we can. Because I think that's, from a student learning standpoint, I think that's going to be the most effective. Now, that also may look a little bit different K-6 than it would 7-12, because we might have a little bit more independence at the middle school and high school, and we might be able to do more of a hybrid type of environment. So that's a lot of what our conversation was about today at the staff meeting. But I think generally in a as safe a way as possible to be able to engage kids with our high quality staff. All of our staff members are high quality and are ready to be with kids, and the kids are ready to be with them. And so trying to facilitate that in this environment, I'd like to start at that level, and then let's work our way back to what some options need to be, if possible, primarily for not only the learning piece of it, but just the social emotional wellness part. We know that those relationships are critical for all of us to try to re-engage in.
Yeah, I think under regular circumstances, what you said is absolutely true. The more contact our kids can have with their incredible teachers, and doing it to fidelity, and the reading scores and gaps and all that, absolutely, absolutely true. But these aren't regular times. And one of the things that we're seeing, from the DPI and elsewhere, is to really kind of lower the teacher-pupil ratio, so that there is the possibility for distancing within a classroom. And I worry that, I hear you and I feel you and I'm with you, but there's a but. How do you do that? How do you take care of kids health-wise? Not just kids, because we're sending them home to grandma, right? And grandpa. My parents are in their 70s, and my own kids are very, very aware that their friends are hanging out, and they want to take care of awi papa, as they call them, because they're in their mid to late 70s and they're more vulnerable. So this isn't just about our kids. So this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that, right now what I'm hearing you is like operating from a fall of 2019 standpoint, but COVID-19 happened, which has affected everybody. And I guess I just really want to keep a laser focus on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is what our work group is working, what both work groups are working through, right? Is what those scenarios are, and what the risks. There's pros and cons to each one of these situations. So it's complex, and it's also going to be fluid, because we don't know, the way things are trending nationally now, at least as of the 5 o'clock news. We might be in a different environment by the time we get to August 11th, and looking at different data, across the country and in our region specifically. So we want to have options. I wouldn't say that there's any one thing that we're really focused on right now. Again, we'd like to be face to face if possible. We want to be able to have a legitimate hybrid option that we can function with. And we want to be much more proficient in the virtual setting. So those are the things that we really want to be able to be planned for.
I do appreciate that. We got that question in the town hall meeting about whether or not there might be, an option for families who are more hesitant about sending their kids back into school. Would they have that option? So I'm pleased to hear you share that, as well as, at some point we may have to pivot back to fully online for a time period. And if you peek in the chat, Becky Freer from UWM, also a parent, shared a really good micro-credential that Simone, whom I referenced, is offering this summer that may be of interest to our teachers or instructional leaders. I know I peeked at it, and I might be taking it myself. I also, you alluded to the fact, and I know you and I have been in meetings with the Southeastern Wisconsin School Alliance, and we've heard, superintendents from neighboring districts, talk about concern that some of their faculty, particularly those that are more, that maybe have, be immunocompromised or be at higher risk. Have you gotten any feedback from, and we don't need specifics on teachers, but is this like a concern? And if so, how do we navigate that? Because I certainly don't want to put, vulnerable health-wise teachers into a precarious situation.
Yeah, it's certainly a concern and something that's on our radar, and we anticipate, similar to the parent survey, doing a staff survey once we get an idea of what the environment is going to be like, to be able to talk to get feedback from staff of their willingness to engage in environment that we're looking at creating, because certainly that will have some impact, and we likely have teachers who are excellent teachers, but physically won't be able to be in this environment, in a safe way. And so that might be another iteration of what a virtual learning opportunity would be, a healthy teacher staying safe at home and providing a virtual lesson synchronously, like with their kids in the classroom, and us supporting that classroom with like an aide or a substitute teacher to be able to provide that supervision. So again, that's another level of complexity that we'll have to monitor right out of the gate. So we'll have that data as part of our report on August 11th. Obviously not specific names, but just so we have a read. And again, a lot of this depends on what environments we look at creating. And so doing anything up to this point, we thought was a little premature. So we want to get a few more weeks under our belt with the work groups and to get some better direction, and then be able to provide that feedback.
I guess that the last thought. Sorry, just one more thought. Thank you, Emily. Like a week before we canceled school, we I don't think any of us would have bet that we'd be where we ended up a week later. And we did a great job of working with our region and our neighboring districts. But we do now all have our eyes and ears attuned to COVID-19 and how this is right, and how it's changing. I'd rather not be caught and rather be on the forefront of while I appreciate surveys of parents. I know if you conducted that survey in one of the WOW districts, they'd say, go back to school, no masks, whatever, this is all a hoax. We're not going to get those results from our community. That's where I think local control gets a little sticky, and that's one of the reasons I think we're in this problem nationally, because it's so fragmented. So I guess I would just urge you to, like, when you do put out that survey, make clear, like, are you going to tell parents, like, whatever the survey says we're doing, or is this just suggesting and we're going to take that as a task force? Because I don't want parents to think that, this is their chance to cast a vote, and then it shows up overwhelming one way or the other, and then the work group decides to do something else. So I just make sure that we're upfront as to what the expectation is.
Yeah, what I anticipate is being able to explain on the survey that this will be data that will be taken to the work group and taken into consideration as part of the recommendations that the work group would make on August 6th to me, and that I'll present to you then as part of a larger recommendation on August 11th.
I was just going to make the point, I think the way that survey is conducted, both surveys, is super important. I think because in my mind, like, the people most likely to take that survey in the first place are going to be the same people who would have arguably easier time with continuing all virtual learning, right? It'd be people like me, people who have flexible work hours, very engaged in the school district, check their email, have lots of devices at home, and maybe, older kids. So I'm thinking about, you know, the lower likelihood that if you've got two parents working full time, if you've got very small children, if you have fewer devices in your home and you don't have high speed internet, you're, you know, not only more likely, or let's add also if you're a multi-language learner, right, or multilingual learner, or you're really busy taking care of your kid with special needs and you're not necessarily checking for emails from the district, like you're going to struggle with virtual learning. You're also not going to be the most likely person to take that survey. So, I mean, I would encourage you to think like about even a robocall or just like any mechanism to boost participation in that survey from the people most likely to be. I know this is a challenge with like, you know, any survey, but I just want to underscore if that's going to that work group that, you know, it's really important that we encourage folks to fill that out. And then with teachers, I think, you know, important that be, the responses be de-identified to the extent possible, just in case teachers are concerned about any repercussions with being, you know, uncomfortable with coming back to an in-person learning environment. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks.
Ryan, there was a suggestion or a comment in the town hall just about the, I'll say meat of the work group notes and people looking for a little more detail in some of those notes. So if that can be passed on to Iris and to Kelly, I think people were, you know, if we're going to rely on that being a communicative tool, I think we want that to communicate appropriately. So I'll pass that on to you. I want to echo Peru's point that as I sit in that work group, I just hear ka-ching, ka-ching, you know, ka-ching, because all of these things are going to cost us money. I hear other things too, but that is concerning to me that, as you know, and as the budget's the next agenda item, we're facing unknown costs in dealing with some of these challenges. So I know you share that concern. A couple things though, more from a logistical thing that I am concerned about, that if we get to August 11th and we have that plan, you know, there are some things to me we need to be ordering or doing now. You know, I'm just thinking in our elementary schools, we have tables in every classroom where kids are sitting face to face, you know, and I think the basement was cleared out at Lake Bluff of all of those individual desks. So I just, you know, I'm hoping that perhaps these are things that are being talked in the teacher group, but from a ordering and, you know, supply chain standpoint, what are the things we should be doing now, not waiting till August? Because I think those are real concerns as we look at how assuming we'll be in the classrooms, what those classrooms look like are probably not what they look like in, you know, March. Right. One issue that came up, and I know I had asked this at the last meeting about kind of referendum projects that may be changed because of pandemic necessity. One of them that was sort of glaring to me as we were talking about it in the work group was, you know, the water fountains or bubblers being closed, right? Because that's a sort of dangerous availability. The filling stations, the water bottle filling stations being available, but, you know, in some of our buildings, those are somewhat limited. And while they might be replaced at some point through the referendum work, and I know that's more than just replacing it, there's more work that goes into that. But I'm wondering about things like that needing to be pushed up in the timeline because, you know, if we're all back at school, we don't have bubblers, we don't, you know, we're doing increased hand washing and other things. I'm just wondering how those projects in the referendum, if they are in fact being looked at as things that might need to be moved around a little bit to address fall school, you know, and not be waiting, I guess. And those water fountains was a good example for me of something that, like, well, is that something we need to expedite in our planning?
Yeah, and we've talked. So every other week I have a core team meetings, and the principals have weekly meetings with our construction people. So my next meeting is tomorrow. So that'll be one of the things that I'm talking to them about is so water fountains is a good example. Health offices, accessibility to health offices and those spaces. Where are we going to be able to put students that may be sick, because we know we're going to have a better response, maybe or a more thorough response than we have historically because of COVID-19. So working through some of those logistics is what we can do with our current projects that are going on. Again, a lot of them are underway, but it's a matter of the timing of it. Is something that we can work through within the scope of the projects.
Yeah, and I know those changes are not easy, right? So it's not like you can. Sometimes that creates a domino effect, but I think I'm glad to hear that they're being looked at. And I do, to continue on your conversation with Pablo a little bit, just about staff, and also waiting till later in the summer. I thought I had saw a headline that said like 18% of one district's teachers were not comfortable coming back. If that survey goes out to staff and to teachers and staff, and we have such a high number or even higher, that changes the dynamic quite a bit in August of who we're hiring or what we're trying to fill. So I hope in that situation, as you prepare those surveys and get ready to send them out, that we are in a position to act quickly, depending on what comes back in those surveys, if you see my point, because I do want to be sympathetic to teachers and keep our teachers safe and all of that. But if we're talking about, a massive change in our expectation of staff in the fall, it just seems like August is too late to make some of those plans. So
yeah,
it's more of a comment, not a question, just to dump more on you. But
No, it's important. Again, the reason why we haven't surveyed yet is because we wanted to have it as accurate of a picture of like what we're coming back to as we're moving through it. So, but that survey feedback, we'll be able to take that immediately, after the window closes, be able to include that as part of the report in August. That doesn't mean that if we see like clear patterns of we're going to need to hire this many subs, we're going to have to hire, 10 subs for the entire year to be able to cover, teachers that are going to be able to teach from home, but that aren't going to be in the classroom. We're going to get on that right away. Like that'll be something that, we'd be able to behind the scenes, be able to begin to put that in motion, include that as part of the recommendation. But some of those things, we'll be able to look at. So it'll be quick.
Until August. You're moving those pieces into place way before then.
As well as we can. Some of the technology infrastructure and thinking about streaming, being able to stream classes. Do we have the infrastructure? So that's something Mickey and I have been talking about. So to be able to develop some of those things as well as we can, and then to be able to make it happen. I mean, yes, it's all going to be fast, and it's all going to be, we're going to have to be super responsive and doing the best we can. And I can tell you that I've got 421 colleagues in the state that are doing the same thing, and thousands across the country. Like this is the dynamic that we're in. Again, we just wanted to make sure that we had as comprehensive of a picture of what the community is asking for and expecting, what our staff is going to need, and then we can land appropriately for our plans and then continue our hard work to make it happen for our students and families.
I'm not sure if any of my colleagues were able to listen to the Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce webinar that they did with Mr. Ashley from WASB, and then college, Mr. Cross was on. There was someone from the Northwest Technical College, and then the gentleman whose name I'm escaping, from the private colleges and universities in the state of Wisconsin. But I thought what was interesting was both from WMC's perspective and higher ed's perspective, we're very much looking at what K through 12 is going to do in the fall. And it was sort of reassuring to hear from WMC that they, from the business, perspective, are watching what K through 12 is doing, because clearly so much of what, the businesses and speaking about working parents are not, that's going to be a challenge for everyone, as we look at the fall. So it was reassuring just to hear that the business community is interested in working with us and learning what we are doing in order to better serve parents and just everybody, because we're all in this together.
Right.
Part of me wants to test this. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. To follow up on what what Hillary was just talking about, and Pablo too, you brought up some of these decisions that you're going to be recommending that we make in August might feel like it's a little too late to make those and approve those decisions at that time. That doesn't mean that you can't bring some of these recommendations to us sooner throughout the summer if those decisions have to be made. If you determine through the work group that you need approval for decisions that you need to make sooner, right? We don't have to wait till the entire recommendation is ready for August.
Correct. Yeah,
okay.
Correct. And some of those things, and some of those things are operational.
Right.
That I can let you know that these are some things that we ordered, and here's where we're at, and kind of as we're progressing, as we're moving through it.
Because part of it is the recommendations that you might be formally presenting. Some of those you will have already done. They won't necessarily be recommendations. They will be things that you've already put in place, I would imagine, as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions on the work group?
Howard,
Emily?
could we consider a 5-minute break and then maybe move up public comment to 9:30 before the budget, or I don't know, maybe not the public comment, but at least a break.
Yeah.
I think people are
definitely take a break.
rejoining, like waiting to see if there's public. I don't know. I'm just guessing, but.
Yeah, I think probably people want to hear about the budget, so
This is
we
true.
definitely could take a 5-minute break. So let's take a recess until 9:30.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for that little break.
No, it was necessary, definitely.
Yeah.
I had to turn off my camera and like stand up for a minute because my back was like beginning to hurt. So,
Paru, when are you going to get a stand-up desk? I'm telling you.
I know it's now has to happen. Agreed.
Just do it.
Brian, can you share your screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I think we're all back. I'm going to go ahead and reconvene this meeting. So up next is our 2020-2021 budget update. And I think Brian's going to share with us the PowerPoint.
Were we going to move the public comments before, or?
I think we should keep it after, personally, but
Never made a decision, but that was Emily's suggestion. Just
yeah.
Move it before the superintendent's action agenda, perhaps.
Sure.
Right. So folks who are waiting, just hold on a little longer.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see that? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So yeah. So this is the budget presentation that Marta and I had put together that I'll be presenting tonight. Again, so this is posted as part of the meeting minutes for tonight, or meeting presentation, I should say, for tonight. So I don't know if you want me to work through each slide, or and take questions as we go, or go to the end, or what do you think is the best way to proceed?
So all of us have been able, the 5 of us have read through this. So I think, I guess from my perspective, I think going to the, and if other board members feel differently, like I think the scenarios is where some of this is the same as the last time Marta presented, so we don't need to go through all that again. I'm trying to, oh, here it is. So we already went through up to probably, essentially, I think, maybe the budget process starting in May. Yeah, okay.
All right, so right there.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, so as Paru had mentioned, we certainly did a lot of work on the budget prior to COVID-19 hitting in the middle of March. And since then, we've been tracking closely with the state, both the governor's office and the DPI has been providing recommendations for how we would budget moving forward. So the recommendations have all pointed to a likely decrease in state funding that we would get per pupil as we would prepare our budgets for next year. So the recommendation was to present the budget that most of us had already put together, which was a $179 increase per pupil. And so that was scenario 1, if you will. Scenario 2 is where it looks like most indications that we're headed to, which is going to be a $0 increase per pupil. So that would be a significant drop for us in state funding. And then the third scenario that we put together is taking a look at a $50 decrease per pupil. So it's really almost impossible to tell where we're gonna end up. What that functionally might look like is a budget repair bill that the legislature calls to order a session. That might happen later in the summer. It might happen in the fall. It might happen in the spring. We're not really sure when that's going to happen. And in hearing a presentation from our lobbyist from our state association, he is usually right on all this stuff, and he said he doesn't even know at this point, which is pretty unusual. So, so again, the strong recommendation was to plan for the scenarios that are going to be a $0 increase per pupil and a $50 decrease. Continue our advocacy, but from a budget standpoint and projecting where we may need to adjust to, that would be the case. So the slide that you see in front of you then is looking at our budget process in May and preparing for those second 2 scenarios with a decrease of $179 per pupil. So the decreases that we were looking at and some savings. So special education reimbursement, we were supposed to get a little bit of a bump in reimbursement. So we're not planning on that happening. Not an increase in open enrollment reimbursement. Our interest income decreasing, and then our savings from property and liability insurance and some copier and printer savings. So those are some things that Martha had been working on that will result in some cases some savings that'll help us, but in most of that is just regarding some income from the state level, revenue from the state level that we will not have moving forward. So in doing some readjustments then, so we took a look at our supplies and equipment budget and took $25,000 of that. This doesn't mean that we won't do, some of the maintenance things that are on our maintenance list. It doesn't eliminate all of those, but just reduces the amount by $25,000. Looking at the part-time custodial positions, being able to add those, knowing that we're going to have increased protocols for cleaning and the need for that throughout next school year, we thought was important. Increase in health aides and mental health support for students and staff. Again, making sure that our health offices are fully staffed and be able to serve the students' needs, students and families' needs, and staff needs as we're moving into a new protocol. One of the things that we're taking a look at also is substitute teacher costs. So as we mentioned before, one of the scenarios may be where we have a teacher that we may have teaching from home and need to put a substitute teacher, for example, in a classroom to be able to support just the classroom management end of it. So we're not exactly sure what that's going to look like, but we anticipate having some increased costs. I think last year we had about $300,000 in costs for substitute teachers. So it's about a third increase from what we had from this past year is what we had. And then we're also looking at, again, as part of our equity work and in improving our interventions. So this gets at our ability to bring students up to speed, but then also to implement some of the new processes that we have around our response to intervention work, bring on an equitable multi-level support system implementer. So this will be somebody that will work directly as a coach to teachers. We know that next year is going to be a stressful year for staff because of the uncertainty and a lot of things that are going on. So our ability to make sure that we're moving forward in our equity work and specifically for our special ed students and interventions, we know that this probably comes at the most important time to be able to add this type of position to be able to be that guide and helping teachers provide some fidelity to some of those interventions that we'll be introducing. So that's some of Julie's work that she's done with the RTI work group and was one of Julie's recommendations coming into this budget. So and that actually keeps flat. We have it as an increase on this slide because previously in previous versions of the budget we had reduced a special education position. So in our full scheme of things, this keeps our special education staffing equal, which is important also for our maintenance of effort that we need to have from a state level. So, and Julie can speak to that if there's questions after the presentation, a little bit more about that position. I know Julie's available to speak to that. So those are some of the changes that we made in May as we're looking at the budget. And as I said, we were looking at 3 different scenarios. So budget scenario 1 with $179,000 or $770 per pupil increase. That I just wanted to be really clear on the presentation that does exist, but that is very, very unlikely. And I think from a budgeting standpoint and forecasting, that's not the place that we want to be. We really want to be, focused in on budget scenario number 2 and potentially budget scenario number 3. So as we would look at what our deficits would be as we're moving forward, these are the amounts that we would need to address in this budget in order to make it balanced. So I'm committed to making sure that from a community standpoint that we're projecting a budget that has a chance to be balanced at the end of next year. And so the presentation at the annual meeting coming up in August is going to need to reflect these difficult scenarios and then recommendations that I'll be making in order to make that happen as we're moving forward. So, and the areas on the bottom here, I just went ahead and kind of highlighted. These are things that I took from the previous slide. So those are the two scenarios. As you can see, it's a difficult year. We were headed to be at a good position as of February, but just like everyone else, you know, with us being directly tied to tax collections, you know, that makes for a very difficult scenarios as we're moving forward. So part of our budget recommendations to be able to cover the deficits that are listed in those two scenarios are number one, no salary increases for all employees. So specifically for teachers, because we have a step and lane structure, we would provide lane movement, which teachers would get through earning graduate credits. So that is built in to this scenario, but we would freeze steps for this year, so nobody would move down on those steps. We will maintain the step and lane structure for future years, so we're not dismantling that by any means. But we feel like that this would be an important space, an important time to be able to freeze the steps. That $363,000 is across the board for all of our employees. So that includes myself, all of our administrative team, and all of our staff as we're moving forward. So we just feel it's important to be able to commit. We're all in this together. We're not in a good space. We have been able to preserve jobs by making sure that we had teacher contracts out and preserve programming for kids. So that was our commitment as part of this. So part of the sacrifice is going to be, you know, being able to try to balance this budget through some of those salary increases that I'm not recommending for next year. Also, contributions for health insurance. So we had a change in health insurance as of January 1st this year, and as we had a reduction in the amount that staff needed to contribute from what we had historically had. In our handbook, it's 12.6%. So what we're recommending is that we move from our current amounts up to 12.6% for our HMO plans, which is where a majority of our staff are, and our point of service plans, which we have some of our staff on, to move up to a higher percentage. They're currently at 12.6% to move to 16.6%. And so those are some conversations I've had with the SEA. SEA has asked to wait on that until we have a more definitive state budget outlined. My concern with that is that for every month that we don't accumulate those savings, you know, we're reducing the amount that we save, because those would be kind of monthly savings that staff would be contributing to. So I'm recommending that we move forward with that recommendation. That's something that I can bring to the board. We can discuss. I can bring to the board in July and try to get those savings moving forward. I think that's an important point to start. And again, especially when we're looking at a $600,000 deficit, that $190,000 is going to be an important place for us to start. So we also have an HRA that we're looking at the elimination of. That's regarding insurance, some insurance coverage that we have, and then so those are the reductions, and that equals the total that we had at the bottom, the $645,000, to be able to get us to, again, a budget projection to where we believe we can be balanced for next year in the scenario. So one of the considerations I know that we've been using as a priority for us moving forward is to try to get an increase for instructional assistants and special ed assistants to try to make them competitive in our market, because we know we're under salary for hourly wages for those positions. So that's not in here. If we happen to get a more favorable more favorable budget. So that would be a place that I would look. Certainly, our fund balance is also below policy, so we're at about 9.7% for our fund balance. So getting that to between a policy of 12 and 15%, I think would be a place that we could go. And then certainly, looking at trying to get to salaries, whether it's the step and lane movement, the step movement in addition to the lane movement, and salary increases for our employees. If we do get what I would call unexpected at this point, an increase of what we had expected prior to COVID-19. Those are some places that I would look for as we would move forward. So we're not at this point. We're holding like Nate Schultz's position, for example, not showing that as a decrease. We're not planning on filling that position. However, we are looking at the potential of some teacher stipends that would to be able to do some curriculum work in our subject areas. And so that would be a place that if we needed to, if we got worse news than we had, coming in, and we get to that $50 decrease, that might be a place that we might be able to hold off for a year on some of that work. So those are the budget recommendations. Again, that's something that Martha and I collaboratively worked on. Obviously, in her transition out, she wasn't able to be here, for the execution of it. But I think it's really important for us to, be really conservative with this budget because there are so many uncertainties. There is some federal money coming in for us to help support some activities that we'll need and resources that we'll need in COVID. But we also want to make sure that we're responsible with our general budget. And for me to be able to, again, stand in front of the community and be able to propose some balance for a budget next year, these are the recommendations of where Marta and I had landed. So with that, I'll take, stop sharing this and then take any questions that people have.
Clark, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'll start with a question based on what you just said, Brian, about if we did see a decrease in per pupil funding, like the $50 decrease that you were budget or option 3, I guess. And you mentioned not backfilling or not filling Nate's position, and then there's another example you used where you might look to just not bringing those back to help compensate for some of that loss. Are those examples of things that you actually could consider to bolster the current version, assuming we're in version option 2 as opposed to option 3? I guess what I'm saying is, how much would those things that you use as examples put us into a position where you might not have to increase health insurance, or you might be able to delay it a month before you ask them to increase insurance, or you might be able to add more to a step or the steps.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. So, I mean, the curriculum support is important for us as we're moving forward, and especially as we're going into a time where we may have gaps, in our curriculum and not sure exactly, where we need to head. So I'm leery to be able to, really cut us short of some of that curriculum support, to be honest. So again, at this point, I'd rather not. I'd rather be able to continue to provide that type of support just in a different way. And it also is an opportunity for teacher leaders to be able to, step into some curriculum roles and have some compensation that way. So, I mean, could it be done? Yes. I want to be strategic about it though, as we're looking at it. So I'd rather at this point be able to use that as a area that we can work through the process.
Regarding the increase in health insurance, sorry guys, if I'm looking away, it's because I'm looking at a bigger screen over here. You said effective July 15th because you wanted to get that started. What is the actual impact on a monthly basis of that? So if you were to wait till August, let's say, what would be that impact?
Yeah, I don't have that exact amount. I know it's for each employee, we're looking at about $50 a month for a single plan and $100 a month for a family plan.
Okay.
And so we just multiply that out. The July 15th date on there is not going to happen because, you know, I wouldn't be able to bring that to you, to, you know, to the board until July. So we'd be looking at more like August.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get that number to you, but it's again, those are the monthly rates per employee for people that are in the HMO plan.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense that if that July 15th date isn't accurate, I was going to say that's pretty quick to try to get that done.
Yeah, we won't be able to do that.
And then regarding that health insurance, one of the things that I think about when, and maybe others are thinking about it too, just clarify for us, if we're not giving the increases in salaries, right, we're freezing, if the recommendation is to freeze those salaries so that they don't get at least impacted on the negative side, theoretically, is the health insurance increase, is there any or is there any counter to that based on the fact that the deductibles are actually lower? I guess what I'm saying is that because at first glance, you might think that not only are we not giving raises, but we're actually making it more expensive for them net.
Right. Yeah, and for some people that will be the case. We did with the deductibles make a significant change and cut those in half. So we had gone from a $2,000 to $4,000 deductible to a $1,000 to $2,000 deductible. So for families that are, you know, that will be using all of that, you know, that could potentially be an area of savings as we would go. So it, you know, it certainly depends on the individual, but yeah, that would be an area that could be a place to be able to get some compensation back. And again, this is not a great scenario. I mean, I'm not, you know, saying that I'm happy with the way this is headed, but I do think we need to be grounded in the reality of where we are from a budgeting standpoint, and we need to make some moves to make sure that you know, when I'm sitting with you next July and we're talking about the audit and we're talking about balancing books, that we're in a place that's reasonable.
You definitely have to balance. I understand that. A couple more and then I'll turn it over if that's okay. Just clarifying the comment, the bullet up there that's freeze teacher steps, provide lanes movement, and then maintain steps and lane structure for future years. So if we're freezing one of those, what impact does that have going forward? So for example, if we have teachers that we're going to be able to take advantage of that step this year, do we have to consider what that impact might be next year, not only for the year that we would theoretically put it back in place, but the year that they lost, or is that year lost for them?
So it just depends on future budgets. I mean, ideally we'd be able to, you know, to move ahead 2 steps to be back on track. You know, thinking that this might be a 2 to 3 year economic concern as far as tax collection and to get the economy back. I don't think, I'm not comfortable saying that that's something we should commit to at this point. So it would be a loss on, you know, on the scale moving forward, unless we were able to, you know, again, in future budgets, be able to work through that.
Okay. And then regarding the, I just wanted to see if we could quantify, or at least not quantify. I wanted to make sure I was looking at this correctly. The $179 per student that we don't think we're going to get, that represents about almost $340,000 if I use 1880, right? That we're not getting.
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay. So anything.
Yeah, and again, and we could, I mean, that number projects what was in the biennium by the governor. So in February, that's what we were counting on. And so as you look at the presentation, everything up to that point was based on that number, which is a good number. We'd always like to have more, but that was a good number that we were coming into. And so to change so quickly, you know, it's just a difficult situation.
Okay. All right, I'll let others ask questions.
Emily?
Hi. I was wondering, the 3 part-time custodial positions didn't have a dollar amount, so I wondered what the dollar impact is there.
Yeah, that I'll have to get back to you on that. So I can look and see, what we have for salary and benefits for that. So I'm not sure exactly what we ran.
And then I was just hoping you could be a little more granular about what the increase in health aides and mental health support for students and staff actually is. Like, is that a person? Is that more time for existing staff? Is it, I don't know, something else? I just wanted to know.
Yeah, so probably a little bit of both. So one thing we're trying to do is make sure we're covering our health offices. And I know Julie's on, and I don't know if Julie wants to speak a little bit, can speak a little bit to that, but making sure that we have health aides that are available, through after school hours, because we know that there's just going to be more needs. And a lot of times now we're in situations where maybe our administrative assistants in the front office are handling some of those situations. And we really want to try to protect against that, just because, in our scenario, especially if we have a student who's sick, we certainly want to get them to, a safe space, and that's going to be isolated overall. So, Julie, did you have anything to add to
Yeah,
that?
sure. So this year, Marta and I looked very closely at the health aid staffing that we had throughout the district, and we were able to bring in some staff this year, but some of the complexities were related to scheduling. Sometimes staff aren't able to work a full shift if they're a college student or they have some training in the medical field and that type of thing. So they might not be there like early in the morning. They might only work half days, that type of thing. So it was kind of hard to staff those offices. What we want to do is make sure that we have 100% staffing in those health offices at all buildings, and really ramp up that support service to make sure that we can address any health needs that are present and keep those lines of students who might experience health issues moving in that direction with safety precautions in place. So right now, I don't feel confident that we would be there. I feel like a couple of the schools are pretty good, but not everybody is fully staffed at the level that they should be.
Right, that makes sense. I apologize. I'm pretty sure my son keeps one of those health aides busy full time. Maria knows well, we are on a first name basis. I wondered about the sub cost. A question I had, and this connects to a bigger point. Is if we saved money in sub costs this year, just by nature of being closed for all those months, and what the dollar impact was there?
Yeah, so we're closing up this year in the next week, obviously. So I'll be able to get that to you as kind of year end. And so so as we would look at some of those costs, we may be able to roll some of that forward. Again, that being really unknown at this point, we want to make sure that we've got some cushion in those sub costs, because we are really unsure about staff comfort moving back into the space. Certainly as we get going, the ability for staff to just be able to maintain in our spaces. So it's really kind of a new territory.
Okay, that makes sense. The larger point that I guess that prompted for me was, for me, it would be really helpful prior to approving the more final budget to see some of the bigger dollar impacts from COVID that were both positive and negative, just in a summary format, like how much did we save in supplies? How much did we save in utilities? How much did we save on subs? And then I think I posed this to Marta at one point, and she, basically I think her answer was like the savings was smaller than I would have thought, or that people might think. And that there were these additional costs that like I hadn't even thought of, but I think a lot of the general we save all kinds of money on electricity. Like, so just having a sense of whether there was any savings at all, and if that was then offset by all the, like, I know we had to spend a bunch of money on software licenses, but like, how much was it? Getting a better picture, and not every dollar, but every, $10,000 like would be really helpful for me. I don't know if the rest of the board, if that would help you, but I feel like that would be useful for my understanding.
One of the things that we'll
go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the things that we need to do for the DPI as part of the statutory requirements that were passed for the CARES Act money is to do a report. So I think I believe that report is due in November. That tracks a lot of this money. So so what we'll be able to do again after year end is to be able to just get started on kind of where we're at. At this point, that'll be essentially from March up to through June. We'll continue that tracking so we can file the report accordingly. Yeah, we'll be able to. I can provide you with some high level dollars on what that impact is.
Okay. The last thing I was just going to share some context that I researched. I was curious kind of how our health insurance employee contributions compare. My personal feeling is that teachers are a special class of worker and should pay less than private sector workers, and that is largely the case. They pay about half. Like the private sector, typically people pay about 30% of their total premium, and their employer picks up about 70%. For teachers, it tends to be closer to 15% that they pay. And then in Wisconsin, I guess there's actually a state teachers pay. So there is actually like an Excel spreadsheet on a state website that lays all that out. So I looked at kind of where we fall. And when we last reported last year, we were at 12.6% prior to Marta renegotiating our rates. And that really put us middle of the pack. So, I mean, I would like for us to be better, but 12.6% was really around the median. 12%, 12.6 was really common. I just decided to share that with the group because I was looking at that late last night, and just for what it's worth, I mean, whether you feel like it's still not good enough or not, just giving that extra context was helpful for me.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
So I wanted to follow up on something Emily pointed out about kind of like big picture costs and savings. So you mentioned that we're getting money from the CARES Act and another, I think, report. I think it would be helpful for us to see like what additional funding we're getting specifically for COVID related relief in this as well, because I mean, I have to be, like I said to earlier, and I've felt a lot in the work group, is that this puts us at barely over, like almost even, just barely over even. And everything we've talked about in the work group is hundreds of thousands of dollars more. We're talking about renting more, things that have come up are like renting more space or having more of those trailers, right? It's hard for me to believe that we could hire 10 teachers at $100,000 for next year.
No.
Right? All the PPE stuff. I don't know if we need new computers in the classroom. If we're going to be like videotaping teachers, I don't know if we have all that equipment. Like, I guess the thing that I think that's concerning to me, because I think, like this the number that, I don't know if you guys saw this, there was a number that was put out by the Superintendents Association today that was 1.3 million. Right? Now, we don't have busing, and we don't have as much busing, and we have different needs, but I think that we are looking at least another, like this number of $300,000 or $600,000 being under budget seems probably very, like not it's going to be much more than that. And so I this is all to say that, one, I really appreciate you and Marta finding places to save and coming up with this budget that gets us at even. But I guess it just makes me feel like we have a lot of work to do between now and August to get to a point where we can fund all the things that we think are priorities to have the kind of educational space that we want to next year. And I think starting to include some of those costs that are going to come up in here, I think is important. And then the last thing I want to say is that I sent myself, Amy Miller, and Brian sent an email today about federal funding. And I think it's really important that people, all of the board members and all of, people, start fighting for that, because it is not going to be easy for us as a district that, does pretty well. It's going to be really difficult for us. But, if you think about what's happening in Wisconsin and our neighbors right to the east and south of us, like, this is going to be devastating if we don't have the funding coming from the federal government. And so they're meeting tomorrow. And it's not open to public comment, but I mean, I think we really need to start fighting for that and doing what we can. And I know our lobbyists are doing that, but I think it's going to be dire straits. I mean, even for us. And I feel really proud of the fact that we've been able to give all of our teachers contracts and we haven't had to lay off anybody. But I think, I think we need to, I don't know if we can maintain that. And that's, I think, it's a disappointing place to be.
Yeah, and Paru, if I can just speak just quickly to amount of federal money that's coming in. So what we do know from the initial round of CARES funding, that we had about $138,000 that's been distributed through the state to Shorewood. So that's an initial amount that we would have in additional revenue. Again, but if you start thinking about the PPE that you would need, for example, to be able to keep kids safe, throughout next year, whether it's hand sanitizer and masks, and all of the things that will come up along with additional technology infrastructure. Yeah, you're right. It's going to be difficult. So I know the governor also allocated another, I think it was $80 million, I think to K-12 schools. So that distribution, that was just, I think, late last week. So that distribution, we still don't know exactly how that's going to come through. But that's supposed to be COVID specific related. And from what I heard, a lot of technology issues. So how much we get from that, we're not quite sure. There's a sense that that's going to go to high need districts. So how that's defined, we're not quite sure. So the original round went through Title I funding, and it got distributed by a percentage of Title I support that you get from the state and the federal government. So whether they'll use the Title I funding again, if so, then we'll certainly be part of that pot. But we may not. There might be some other calculations. So I'll keep you posted on that as that comes in somewhat of a second round. Yeah, either way, I think, as you had said, and I appreciate it, that this is a difficult budget. I certainly, also appreciate all the work that the Seed Foundation historically has done, for us over the years. I had a conversation with Melissa Nelson yesterday to talk about, just the beginning of, potentially some support. So it's going to take, it's maybe, a little bit poetic, but it's going to take a village, literally to get us through. But honestly, that's one of the things that I love about being here is that I'm confident that we can pull together. But it's a serious situation that we're working through.
Pablo or Hillary, did you guys have any questions?
Most of mine were answered. I just wanted to confirm that we've got that running list going that we're going to submit to DPI in the fall. We talked about it maybe 2 months ago. You just mentioned it, Brian. But it's not something we're going to try to put together in October, is it? Is it something that's a living document that's being added to constantly?
Yeah, as far as knowing kind of when our final budget is known and kind of what we need to add or cut,
I'm sorry.
Are you speaking to the COVID stuff?
Our ongoing list of extra costs we've had to incur as a result of COVID-19 that we're required to submit. Is that in some kind of iteration right now?
Yes.
You've got that, because I want to make sure it's accurate, A, and B, it's not something we wait till October to do, because I forget some things.
No. Now it's fresh in mind right now, and like I said, as we're doing year end, it's a good time for us to be able to close our books for this year, do some of those reflections on areas like sub costs and some of the items that Emily had brought up. So so we'll be working on that. That'll be the iteration that we'll have to take a look at in July and in August as part of the annual meeting. But that'll be ongoing as we're moving forward, because again, the way that this is projecting, we very well may have some increased COVID costs as we're moving through next year. And so the report, I think, is due statutorily, I believe, in November. And that the thought on that is that in a more cynical perspective is that was a way for the legislature to say, hey, you've saved a bunch of money. Like, we don't need to give you more money in a budget repair bill. We can strip you from $300,000 because you saved that on sub costs and transportation last year for not doing any work over the last 3 months. So, which we know is not true by any district in the state. But in a deficit view of our state government, that's kind of what the perspective of why that got put in place. And so again, we'll be accurate with our counting, but we know that there was, in addition to some areas like sub costs that we saved, we know that there is areas that we needed to spend some money on, from a technology standpoint and support.
Okay, thanks.
And then Hillary, did you have a question?
I didn't really have a question, but I did want to thank Brian, Peru, and Amy for sending that email out, because I think, even though we know sometimes our elected officials do not move with speed, they have been passing stimulus bills, at least at the federal level, with, some sense of urgency. My hope is that they do realize, and I think through that letter, as you guys iterated, the importance of this and the importance for schools to be adequately funded. And I hope too, I'm hoping that our state elected officials, particularly those who are looking to move on to bigger and different offices, remember that our state has put a huge premium and a huge value on public education, and don't play political games with even greater political games with the funding, because that will be catastrophic. I think we can say definitively we will have COVID-19 related expenses, and so I appreciate that you guys did that, and hope that people do contact our elected officials.
Thanks, Hillary. And Clark, you had a question?
I did, but it's completely off topic of what Hillary just said, so I apologize. The maintenance referendum. What are we able to use that for some of the COVID things that we think we're going to need from that perspective?
No, so that money is targeted specifically for maintenance.
Yeah.
That can't be, that's got to be a separate fund that we need to account for in a separate fund. And can't be, we don't do half of that so we can roll it into COVID expenses. So that has to be a totally different pot.
I kind of figured the answer to that question, but I thought I should ask because I was wondering if there was any way, I guess creative is not a very good choice of words, but for the lack of a better word, we could get creative with maintenance needs that would have been related to that.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
So from a budget standpoint, generally, just so people understand kind of the flow, so generally we get a estimate from the state in July about what our aid will be. So I don't know exactly what that's going to look like this year, but that would be in a normal year. It would be in July, and then we would present the budget at the annual meeting, which would be at the end of August. And so that would be our opportunity to have the community weigh in on the budget, pass that budget, and then our final levy then is set in October. after our third Friday count is done, when we count students and actually get our per pupil allocation. So just to give people kind of an idea of what the rhythm of our upcoming months will be, and as we're moving forward.
Do we get guidance on the annual meeting yet? Like what we have to do?
No, and when I asked my peers, people almost cried, thinking that like, oh, nobody thought about that yet. So, I mean, just because it was one more thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, nobody's thought about the annual meeting. No, so we expect WASB to come out with that, some guidance on that. I know some districts have their annual meeting coming up in July, so before ours. So we'll let places like Mequon go through what they're going to do, and then we'll do it accordingly. So, but WASB is good usually about providing that guidance. I just haven't seen anything yet. And I don't know if any of you have seen it. If you haven't, then we'll look for it.
I was going to ask Dan Rossmiller at there's a SWASA board meeting on Friday that I could ask him at. So.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. And then last discussion item was the business manager position.
Yes. So for the business manager position, so I'm still in the process of working through an interim director. So reached out to Mike Berry at the WASBO, which is the State Business Officials Association, a contact that I was able to actually touch base with today. So I'm hopeful that we'll have somebody to be on board in a relatively short period of time. What that is going to look like is probably a couple days a week in the office, because it's a retired business manager, and just due to some pension related issues, like it's usually 2 to 3 days a week in the office. But what that will really help with is just our major reporting with the DPI, and just being able to keep day-to-day operations fluid within the business office as we're moving forward. We also have Baird Financial Services as an opportunity for us to do some consulting for any support that we need. Our auditors have also said that they have some services that they can help with in case there's any questions, any support that's needed on that end. PMA certainly has provided us with good support in our contract. So we'll be using some services as we move forward, but I expect to be able to have a business manager interim in place by the time that we get to our next meeting. And I think what I remember from our last meeting, I committed to be able to just give you kind of an org chart of who's doing what within the business office, including the HR management work at our next meeting. So I'll be able to have that outline along with hopefully introduction of a new interim director, and be able to hit the ground running as we're moving into the new fiscal year.
And then did you want to comment on the human resources manager position?
Yeah, so that was a position that we've been talking about to be able to help provide us with some specific support around the HR duties. So right now, that essentially has fallen on the director, and with some of the administrative assistant support that we have in the office. But to really be able to have somebody that could own process improvement related to our human resource management, own the handbook improvements, as we would be, looking towards that, potentially some of the initial investigations that we would be able to provide some support on, and that mid-management type of level of support, I think, would be an important value add for us as we're moving into next year. And so that's something that I was going to be able to put together an outline for, and to be able to support that type of position. Again, from a budget standpoint, I don't anticipate filling Martha's position prior to second semester next year. So we'd have a little bit of a budget for next year's budget. We'd have a little bit of a gap to be able to use. And I just think at our point in time now, with where we are, the HR aspect is going to be critically important, and I want to make sure that we can go in with all the support that we need. It's probably a needed position in a normal environment. In a COVID environment, again, the need goes up, pretty dramatically. So this would be, I think another another reason for us from a timing standpoint to be able to bring that forward.
Brian, are you saying? Sorry.
Oh,
I was going to ask, are you saying that would theoretically be only a temporary position though? Because if we're not gonna have the money once we fill the finance position, right?
Yeah. So I would, I guess I was thinking about it not necessarily as a temporary position, but be able to see how that could evolve within responsibilities from a district standpoint. So I'd want to evaluate it at the end of next year and kind of see.
I was going to say, yeah, because I know you mentioned the budget. I was just,
yeah,
it would be hard to do that based on the scenario that we have now. I mean, the first semester, right, to your point, you might be able to do it, but with all the other stuff that we're already having to keep a close eye on or push back, it might be even harder to do. But it's unfortunate because we definitely need that position.
Yeah. So my thought is let's get it for a year. We can do the evaluation of it and see where we go from there.
I was just going to add, I appreciate that recognition, how important that position is, particularly this year and every year really. But, and then what I hope is I think there's research out there that human resource support, can end up pretty quickly paying for itself in, avoided litigation and avoided turnover. So I'd look at it from that perspective as a board member as just good practice. So I hope we can keep that position, but definitely happy it'll be there next year.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so you're going to include this as part of your updated budget at the next meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Pablo, were you going to have something?
I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Hillary? Okay. Great. Thanks, Brian. I think we decided we're going to move up public comment since we're 2 hours late now. Number 2, before you, Tim, so hang tight. So thank you. So if you're interested in making a public comment now, please unmute yourself, state your name and address. Oh, Janet is Janet again. Hi, Janet.
Hi. So I will keep this short because you guys are running so late. So a couple comments. So the Infinite Campus email that went out on comments, I would encourage people that are still on this call to share widely. It is a well-known, sort of documented that many people do not call actually their legislative bodies. They simply send emails. But a call has a much higher impact on our legislators. And so I would encourage everyone to share it widely and to encourage people to actually not just click the email link, but to call and explain why this funding is needed at both the federal and the state level. With respect to coming back into the fall, I appreciate the comments about the challenges of an immediate sort of emergency movement to an online platform. But I would also caution that I'm hopeful that the district will also, as they move toward potentially eliminating different platforms, focus on the efficacy of those teaching platforms. I can't come up with great examples, but other than one, which is, Khan Academy as a math substitute for a lecture format. And yes, that may be different, but, and every teacher found their own sort of platform that would help. And I recognize that makes it harder for us as parents. Some days very hard. But I also would want our kids to have the best educational platform to move forward from if we ended up in a virtual environment. Last comment, and then I will yield, is that I would ask us to have conversations with our kids about how much experiential education actually happens in this district. It's formidable, in my opinion, from the labs and science class to the experiential experiences of our kids in the elementary school, to character education, to what happens in the New Horizons program. All of these experiential education platforms have significant learning conveyances that are very hard to replicate in a virtual environment. That is not to say that we might need to revert to a virtual environment, but if we had to revert to a virtual environment, I think it should be based not on what is in top of the mind news about what's happening elsewhere, but it should be happening here. And I feel like there's a significant degradation of that experiential learning process that matters to our kids. And we should be talking to them about that, and we should understand how that matters to them. So thank you.
Thanks, Jenna.
I don't believe I gave my address, so it's 2016 East Menlo
I
Boulevard.
didn't do it last time, so it's okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments?
I would like to comment.
Please.
Okay, this is Julie Warnke at 4452 North Ardmore, and I wanted to talk a little bit about mental health. I know parents have been talking a lot about the mental health implications of the virtual schooling, and Tim was talking about that during his discussion, and everyone is aware of it, and it's important. Right at the end of the town hall, another parent, and I apologize, I don't recall her name, but she mentioned that she questioned whether it was good for our students' mental health to return to face-to-face instruction in the way it will need to be implemented in the fall. Like, will that be good for them? And I thought that was a really good question. And what it made me think about was how when Brian was talking about like maybe how things would play out, he was saying, if we have a student who, tests positive, we would need to maybe quarantine a whole classroom, or, all of the logistics of that. And it feels like those are going to be if those things occur, and inevitably they will, that those are going to be really abrupt changes in the way students are going to experience school. And I don't have an answer for that, but I think that is a good question. And I think that it makes me think that when face-to-face learning does take place, as it is the goal, because that would be what is happening, at least to a certain degree, that it would make sense for the learning to maybe not look as much like it had in the past, unless the way that things are being delivered could transition reasonably well to a virtual environment if the need abruptly presented itself. That seems like it would be something important to think about. The other thing I think about with mental health, like I wrote this on the survey that my son's teacher sent out, and I don't think I did on the survey that the district sent out, is it feels like, we've talked, even here we're talking about like students really need that face-to-face connection with their teachers, and I totally agree with that. That was lacking, and would be great to have if we have to virtual educate in the future. But the other thing that I think is so missing is the socialization between children that happens all day long, just even walking down the hallway, sitting next to someone, going to get their coat, all of those little interactions, as well as things more substantial where they interact with each other. And I feel like it would be great if the school would see it as part of their role to kind of give more opportunities for socialization. So at the end of the town hall, I suggested that maybe the rec department could have some clubs that were like really low maintenance. Like I suggested like a Percy Jackson book club where kids could just drop in. They could all talk about Percy Jackson. Nobody really had to prepare for that, but it provides some sort of structure for kids to come in and just be kids, goof around, talk. And that the adult really wouldn't be leading it so much as just letting it unfold. Or having like Lego club where the kids could just be doing Legos at their house and just kind of showing them to each other and letting the conversations unfold with one another. Because I think part of what's happened is that people have these incredibly negative experiences of virtual learning for so many reasons, but one of them is just this isolation and what that does to the child and what it does within the family, how that ripples out within, the family. And I just think that would be really lovely. And then even having parent support groups that are similar, where parents could just drop in and not have to commit to a series of meetings, where they could just drop in and talk to other parents and everyone could talk about what's challenging about being home, or talk about what's challenging about sending their kids to school when they're anxious about it, and just kind of that impacts the students. And then something else I was thinking about was, and the other thing, I wrote a little note to myself that it likely impacts parents' ability to work from home if they are working from home, if their children don't have that, kind of real connection going on with school. Okay, so that's the one topic. So mental health, I think, is really important, and socialization. And the other thing that I keep kind of asking myself as I listen to the school board meetings and discussions around, just in general, around going back to school is, what is the goal? Like, what is the goal? It feels like there's these competing priorities and goals that are on the table. And I don't know that it's been clarified what is the most important. And one thing that I've heard, and that I heard like right before we did move to learning from home in March, the board sent out the email saying, we're going to keep having school because we have healthcare providers who are parents and we need them to be able to provide healthcare. And I had a reaction to that, like, that is not meeting my sniff test, because it felt like, wow, there's a public health issue. It's going to impact all the children in this district and those in their families and those that they kind of connect with. And then there's this other piece, which is the childcare delivery piece. And I feel like when we were talking earlier here, there was the mention of, we're going to do a survey of parents to find out what would work for them in terms of, returning to school. And I do think it's really important that things work for parents, don't get me wrong. But I also think that, I don't know, it feels like, right, there's all these competing priorities. And I also think it's like, could it be that if childcare is a big hurdle, that that the ideal situation, or as close as we could get to what would be good for children from an educational perspective and from a public health perspective for our community, could be put forward. And we would also, as a district, figure out the childcare piece for those who couldn't maybe make that connection. because I think even like thinking about that idea that parents would, you know, I think about that idea that suddenly there's going to be an abrupt ending to face-to-face learning, and we're going to all be kind of quarantined and for periods of time. That's going to be disruptive to parents too. So there's so many like layers to it, and I don't envy the decision makers. But I do think there's like a piece of it here that keeps coming forward, which is there's this child care piece, and perhaps if we could deal with the child care piece as child care, then the other part could be dealt with in a different way, and perhaps a more optimal way for education and public health.
Thanks, Julie. I guess, the one thing I'll say, I think there's lots of things to think about there, but, I think the goal of, my feeling as our goal as a school board is to provide the best education we can and the best learning environment that is safe and secure for our students. And so, that is what we're trying to do, and trying to figure out like, how do we do that? I also feel, strongly that childcare, if putting parents in a position where they have to decide between their job or their child going to school, is something that I think is really difficult, that we have to take seriously. And if I think about mental health of kids, then parents who, I guess I can speak for myself, me being stressed out does not help my children's mental health. So, I think all those things kind of work together, but I do think that I appreciate your comments. And I guess, I think over the last course of the last 3 months as a board, I think we've really grappled with just the difficulty in making a decision where we know that there are people who are not going to be, it's going to be a difficult decision, and there's going to be people who feel like we should have made a different decision. And so we're trying to figure out the best path for the majority of our students, and making sure that we, there's things that we center in our decision making, like equity, like educational experiences that benefit most students. And so I think that's where we're at, and doing the best we can under those circumstances. But I appreciate your comments, and thank you for sticking with us till 10:35.
Thank you. And also thank you all. You do an amazing job. Like I don't want to go on and on about it, but I think that before I attended the board meetings, I had an idea of what y'all did, but you do so much, and it's really impressive. And I think it's lovely to see.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Julie.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Oh, yeah, I would like to comment again, if it's okay. My address is still on record. Is that okay? Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Super. I want to open with the fact that I have 100% full confidence in the school district in carrying us forward and getting us to where we need to go. And I completely agree. Without a vaccine, we're going to be in trouble, and things aren't going to look right. That said, with treatment, we could be back up and running. So that's my hope. Treatment is likely more accessible than a vaccine. So that's that. What I do want to address, which I haven't heard tonight, is I believe our community mission as Shorewood is based in education and our school district. I believe that's our #1 mission. And our schools are our teachers. And I haven't heard a perspective from where the teachers, because they're the ones that are going to have to to do the work and carry the water and the heavy lifting. And I think they should be driving the conversation. And maybe I missed something earlier. I feel like I've been here for most of it, but I haven't heard a word from a teacher about how they feel like this can move forward in a productive way. And there are so many challenges, as you all know. I mean, you all do good work in the administration. I'm not knocking anybody, but the teachers are the ones that are going to have to get in there and be in the trenches. And so I haven't heard what they would like to see from the administration and from the board in terms of support. And I haven't heard what it is that they need from us as a community and as parents. And this discussion doesn't go forward without that, as far as I'm concerned. And in that sense, moving forward, I think we need to grant the teachers some autonomy in what it is that they do and how it is that they move forward. And budgets and numbers and all of that aside, I know we're in a strange position, but these are the folks that should be paid more. I know we can't do that because of budgets, but we need to recognize that in terms of their voice and what it is that they have to contribute to this conversation. So I don't want that to be lost in all of this talk. So that's that. My last point is completely shift gears. I would love to hear from the district and the board and the rest of the educational institutions within our district about how it is we're going to communicate with colleges and universities moving forward based on what our grading looks like from here forward and what it looks like for ACT, SATs, things like that, and how it is our students that are now getting ready to move into that and how our upcoming students are getting ready to move into those institutions, what conversations we're going to have about this sort of lost time, if you will. So if we could put that on the radar and on a list of things to look at moving forward, I would appreciate that. So that's all.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, so that last point is something that we can talk about, I think, next time we talk about kind of how we're going to move into next year and what that's going to look like. And thank you for the comment about the teacher perspective. They are part of 2 work groups, but I think it's a great idea. We can invite some of them to come and speak about what they've been hearing about in the work groups as well. And it's a little, I don't know, we can ask them when they want to do that, like based on where the work groups are going. But there are, I think Brian said 50 teachers in the staff work group, and then another, I'm going to say 10 teachers in the reopening work group. I'm just making up that number maybe, but so but you're right, like to hear them at the board meeting, I think would be really useful. So I appreciate that. That might be the only, you guys might be the only ones people left listening to this. So for public comments, but there'll still be one more opportunity. So we'll come back.
Everyone else is asleep.
I know, probably, but now they're going to miss out on our action agenda item with Tim. So I will take a motion from the board to approve monitoring report for student results baseline 2.2.
So moved.
I'll second. It's Emily.
Thank you. All right, Tim's still here.
Thanks, Tim.
I'm gonna turn it over to you, Tim. Well, he provided the report. Do you have any like
pretty straightforward report? Yeah, pretty straightforward. Probably one of the easier reports in a very awkward way to provide for you, unfortunately. And a lot of it was based off of the start of the board meeting that we had last time. which was kind of a nice capture of what we did with passages at the 6th and 8th grade as well. Looking at this as kind of a first step towards what some of our reports are going to look like in the future, with the cancellation of forward testing and some of our end of year testing. This is kind of our first look at what some of these reports might look like. So certainly time to give feedback. I will say it was very awkward to talk to Brian about, like, where do we put that check mark? It doesn't feel right to say we failed to meet expectations. It doesn't feel right to say we met expectations. Like, it probably feels right to say we were making progress with noted exceptions, that noted exception being we didn't do it. So that felt like maybe the most comfortable place to put it for now, but leaving it up for discussion as well.
So I can start with the question. I guess one of the things that I want to, think about is, to maybe think through all the other results policies. And, one of the things that myself and Clark sat in on this last month, I don't know, maybe last 2 months, was, and you, Tim, were in these as well, kind of like how to do our results policies kind of better is one way to put it, but like capture what we really want to. Think about that, and Clark and I can present that to the board next meeting. But I do think, you just said there's going to be a lot of times where the indicators that we have are not going to be things that we're collecting moving forward. At the same time, I think as a board, we need to know we're making progress, that students are learning, and I think maybe this is an opportunity for us to think about, I think we've always felt like the standardized tests were not enough, not good. And so maybe this is our opportunity to think about other ways that we might capture some things. And I would guess that online learning offers different opportunities to capture things. So, maybe something for you to kind of start thinking about as we know that we're going to have at least some sort of blended model moving forward, what those indicators might look like.
Yep. Absolutely. I agree. I think there's obviously some opportunity here to have a really good discussion about what we really want those indicators to truly be, outside of just a hope and a wish that, forward testing either happens or doesn't happen. I think we can do better. So we can always do better.
I will say that, and again, this is kind of just a preview what Clark and I will show next time, but I shared this with Tim. I was convinced after that session that the forward test is I always knew that it was kind of a disaster, but once we started actually reading the technical notes, I'm like, OMG, this is like the worst test ever. And so, I'm happy not to do it anymore or ever use it again, potentially. But, I think then we have to think through what else we're going to do. So.
Yes. And to your question earlier about the forward exam, you're going to have to go to the federal level on that one, because now it's part of ESSA. So it's not just state mandated.
Yeah. But I think the thing that I took away from that was that we have to do it, but it's not what we as a board want to use as the indicator of progress. It's not something else we want to know, right? So, yeah. Clark?
No, I thought you were going to ask me something. I'm fine. No.
Oh, well, you have
based on what you were going to say about the forward exam. It was pretty enlightening, that's for sure.
Pablo?
I had a quick question. Thank you for the report, Tim. And last meeting, we got a presentation from 8th graders and saw a wonderful example from Maya Shimko. What was that one about, Clark? Do you remember what Maya
talked about? This awesome sport called mountain biking.
Oh, that's right. Thanks for reminding me. All right. So I had forgotten. What, in all seriousness, though, Tim, what did a typical 6th grade passage look like? Was it somewhat comparable throughout our schools and the different approaches like MAC to single age?
Yeah, it was much more of a reflection on academic mastery and character and their educational career in elementary school. We sat down as a sixth grade team, Nate Schultz, myself, and our sixth grade teachers, and just talked about, so what are realistic expectations? Honestly, there was a lot of discussion around, man, we appreciate the passage process so much. We wish we could still provide that for kids, but let's pull the important reflection piece out that is really meaningful for kids to be able to, at the end of the year, look back on who they are as a person, identify their strengths and their weaknesses, and then provide some flexibility in what medium they use to give that reflection. It can be written. It can be a podcast. At Atwater, one of the things that they work on in sixth grade is podcasting. So if a student wants to continue to utilize that podcasting format, let's allow that flexibility. So we used similar prompts across all sixth grades, or questions that we asked our sixth graders, and then we left flexibility to teachers and to students as to how they wanted to actually turn those responses in. That was primarily done in the last week of school as kind of a reflection tool and a way to help kids understand that the school year was ending. Sometimes that's really hard to do in a virtual format. It kind of feels like you just drove right off a cliff and you're like, wait, school ended? I didn't even know. So it was a really good tool to have kids reflect on who they are as a person and who they are academically. So to your question, common prompts, leaving flexibility for mediums as to how the kids would answer those.
Thanks, that helps.
Yep.
I had a quick question on the for next year. If we are in a virtual learning environment in the spring, is it possible to have a kind of a backup plan in place that would involve Google Meetups or Zoom meetings so that the members of the public and the people who had participated in person before could do that, but in just a virtual setting?
Yeah, I mean, fingers crossed we're not in that situation, but obviously we'll have more time to plan for that.
Right.
And what that would look like within certainly we probably likely could have pulled off something in a Google Meet, recorded YouTube, those sorts of pieces. We prioritize the instructional piece at this point in time to just say, listen, at this point in time within a pandemic, we really need to make sure that we're not throwing a whole new something. We should have at that point in time, hopefully we have a pretty good idea and a longer look at, we likely won't be in school at that point in time, so we can prepare for that. But certainly we'll have more time to plan and can put a better plan in place.
I think that the part that involved the community member was really important, and also the middle school teachers who then get a little preview of that person, not only for those teachers, but for the student to kind of recognize a space. I just really like those aspects. So, but maybe those could happen virtually. Hopefully, like you said, they don't have to.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any, Hillary? No? Clark, did you have anything either? Okay. I have a motion and a second. I will take a roll call. Clark?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Pablo?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
And I from Paru. Thanks, Tim. I'm gonna, I guess, add, kind of the discussions about we'll have to talk about all of them, I guess, after that workshop that me and Clark went to, and you did too, Tim. So we'll come back to it and think about how we want to move forward for next year. Thank you. All right, and then I will take a motion for the superintendent's consent agenda.
I move we approve. Emily can second.
Okay, thank you.
That works.
Emily, I'll take a roll call. Emily?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
Pablo,
Aye.
and I for myself, Pari. Welcome to Ms. Altman and Ms. Thompson.
If I could just request if we have any others, if we could, we've gotten short bios in the past. It would be nice to read a little bit more about these teachers. I think I know Ms. Altman, and if she's the one I'm thinking of, that's a nice snag from the University School in Milwaukee. They just lost a great teacher, so win for Shorewood. If it's who I think it is.
Yes. Yeah, we'll do. We can add that to the
Is she coming to us from University School?
I believe so.
Excellent. Nice job.
Okay, and then board governance. So a couple of reports from Emily, the WASB forum update.
I'll try to give 2 30-second updates because you guys hopefully saw my summaries, but the WASB forum really underscored what you probably suspected, which is the school districts around the state are facing a lot of the same challenges that we did and dealt with them in similar ways. I'll call out that a lot of the districts that participated in this particular forum were rural and had really high rates of poverty. And so it was a good reminder that despite our struggles, there are a lot of challenges that, though I know we have students living in poverty in our district, was, not nearly as pervasive. And then some of the other challenges around transportation and food insecurity are not things that we've had as great of a challenge with here. So though I know that we can't lose sight of kids struggling and families struggling in our community, there were some pretty dire situations in other rural districts where parents were not eating and the district was doing all they could to make sure that kids were eating. So good reminder of the places where we have been relatively lucky, and also that just logistically we are so small that we don't have to worry about, for example, a big rural area. Some districts were using their bus drivers to deliver meals, and thankfully, because we have a pretty small district and people close, we didn't have to face that. The one bright spot that we all found was, as evidence in this call, a really great participation in virtual meetings. So, if we get to the point where it's a good idea for us to meet in person, maybe we can, I definitely think, like other boards, we should consider continuing to live stream in some capacity. Can I move right into the Shorewood moving forward one? Yeah, that there's not a ton to report there, but it was just a positive. So many new faces were on Shorewood moving forward, so that work obviously continues. There's some important work going on in multiple subgroups there, and hopefully, due to the traction that the Black Lives Matter movement has gained and the example that our student activists have put in front of our adults, I think we'll see, hopefully better participation in Shorewood moving forward. So, I expect fully they'll come to the school board with, some future agenda items as well.
Right.
Emily, if I could just ask a question, because you raised this up before when you were talking about ensuring that, we make sure to cast a wide net and really get feedback from everyone. In the Shorewood moving forward group, have you heard of ways in which our virtual learning model, were there suggestions on improvement, what worked? Any thoughts, any knowledge gained that can help?
Not in that context that I can remember, but I would love to take that question to the next big meeting. And maybe there is like an education subgroup, so I'm happy to kind of pose that to them and ask if for their feedback, for the broader group's feedback. It was a really rapid fire agenda on that one night, and for a lot of people was just like an introduction to the group's mission and organization. So there was a little bit of discussion of like what had come before, like what the group has accomplished thus far, but not a ton of like, discussion of the context of COVID or education. So I guess the short answer is no, but I can ask that.
Thanks, Emily.
Yeah, Jocelyn is going to help us.
Clark, did you have a question?
No, I was just getting ready for mine.
Oh. I appreciate that. I think I'm wondering if there's a way thinking about your COVID forum report. I feel like, like Hillary talked about a meeting she was at, maybe not necessarily as a school board member, but, like talking about COVID related educational kind of planning that's happening at higher ed. And so I'm wondering if we as a board should, I guess, try to be conscious about the fact that all of us now probably are going to lots of different meetings, either in our role as school board members or in other ways, and how we can kind of start bringing that back to each other, especially if there's things that are really relevant to our work. So if like you end up going to something and you think, like, I know, well, if you end up going to something and you think, oh, I need to report that, just let me know, I guess, and I can make sure we put that report back on the agenda and think of something else. So thanks for both of those, Emily. HRC, Clark?
Yeah, so I had the link to the meetings from the last meeting, HRC, minutes from the last HRC meeting put in the board book. So you guys can reference that for a little bit more detail. In the original intent of the meeting was to discuss putting together a community forum to address race, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And it was a very well attended meeting. I think Abby, some of the other folks that were on earlier tonight were also in attendance. Representative Bowen, Senator Taylor, a lot of other key community members. Stephanie Rhodes was showing up for racial justice. Sam spoke. Siobhan Assistant spoke. It was one after another. It was really powerful. We heard from some students again, telling with some poetry, very powerful stuff, which meant that we really, the meeting didn't get to the agenda item, which was perfectly fine. And so there is another meeting tomorrow where the HRC will be more directly addressing setting up a community forum on race, equity, diversity, and inclusion. I will be there for most of it. For those who might want to attend, that I would appreciate that too, because I do have another commitment that I think I can get out of, but I haven't really checked it yet. But I wanted to make sure that we were covered there. What they're going to be discussing is the key questions to figuring out what this might look like, how it might be run, who might be facilitating it, and all of that. So that's HRC.
Clark, is that at 6 o'clock?
1 second here. I'm looking at the agenda myself. It is at 6:30.
I can probably go if nobody, I'm happy to have anybody else go too, but if we need a little bit of coverage, I can make sure I'm there.
That'd be good.
Cool.
Can I ask, is there, I guess maybe you guys haven't gotten to this point yet, but is there, like, is the idea that this would be a Shorewood Village school district, like police department?
That's like, part of the discussion.
Or that hasn't been decided yet?
Correct. That's part of the discussion. So, I can read, let me give you a couple of questions real quick. Who would facilitate the forum? How would the forum be conducted? Where would it take place? What other community members do you want to invite to speak or to participate? Should there be pre-established questions? How will the forum be communicated to the public and other community partners, which would include us? Let's see here, action steps coming after that. If the subcommittee anticipates the help from community partners such as the schools, police department, business improvement district, the subcommittee would reach out to these partners to attend. And then they would have, those subcommittees would have to resolve how, items such as how would the meeting be conducted? When would the meeting take place? So they're really, tomorrow, the expectation is that we get to a lot of those questions that we actually haven't discussed as an HRC yet. But that was the original intent of last week.
Okay. I mean, I guess and can you just remind me, when was the idea of having a community forum brought up to the HRC? Is this an idea they've been talking about for a while, or?
Yeah, well, sorry, did somebody say something?
No, it was just me saying. Yeah.
No, it had been something that had been discussed previously, maybe not in this same context as a community forum, but there had always been discussion, from what I could gather, even before I was the liaison, about finding opportunities to engage the community in these types of topics. And I think it just, it became more of a forefront need from the village, asking the HRC to run with setting up take the lead on setting up a forum to talk about race and equity. So I just think based on the most current events, with our young people leading marches, with everything that's happened around the country, I think it was just something that they realized, let's let HRC get on it now and put something together.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm just, I look forward to hearing more about it, I guess.
Sure.
Any other questions? No? All right. The other two items I have on here are things that, just to kind of let you guys know, I'll be sending emails to schedule. One, we had to do Brian's mid-year evaluation. We should probably try to get done soon, sooner than later, by the end of July. And then on our work plan, we have doing a policy review of OE4, which I still think we need to do, which is around employees. But I think we also, we'll talk about it. We've added a bunch of other things that we need to do as well. So we'll figure out how we're going to put all those in there. So those are just kind of notes to you guys about that. All right, board consent agenda. I will take a motion.
I move we approve the board consent agenda.
I'll second.
Clark, second.
Thanks. All right. I'll take a roll call. Clark?
Hi.
Sorry. Emily?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
Pablo?
Aye.
And I for myself. Thanks. All right. One more public comment opportunity. Abby, you sure you don't want to say one more thing? Okay. Well, always can, oh, now she left the meeting. Email us if you have a question or if you decided not to stay till the end. And happy to answer those at any other time. So, all right. Review of to-do items. So I'm going to let Brian, you go first. Oh, you don't have you're muted.
Sorry. Following up on Emily's suggestion related to the work group communication. So talked to Kelly and Iris just about a little bit more detail maybe on those notes, along with connecting that to the COVID-19 link. So it's a little bit easier to get to, taking some of that feedback. Looking at, for July, being able to get you an outline of the business office operations, following up on that from the previous meeting. Checking in with the court team related to the referendum work that may be able to get moved around a little bit, related to water fountains and health offices and bathrooms and such things, to be able to take a look at that. Yeah, so that's what I had. There may have been more things, but that's what I had down on my list. Oh, no, you're muted.
You're muted, Barry.
Sorry. Now I have on our schedule to bring back OEs 10 and 11 to talk about adding some pandemic related indicators, or virtual, we'll just call them virtual learning indicators, and to schedule a town hall again before our next board meeting. I think that was it.
I don't know if there's oh, this is probably future agenda item. Sorry, I'll stop. I'll wait.
Yeah, I have. Okay, so yeah. All right, and then future agenda items. Go ahead, Emily.
Oh, one thing that came up in that WASB forum was a couple of districts had their boards had passed specific virtual meeting policies, and I think that in my totally brief and amateur investigation, it looked like the Department of Justice had issued guidance that meant, that we're, almost surely totally fine with what we've been doing. But to the extent that we want to be belt and suspenders about it, and maybe want to set, any kind of like clear language about public comment or how we're going to take votes, et cetera, we could consider codifying that. So I thought we might want to.
Yeah. Can you, do you have any examples?
The WASB does. So
Okay.
Brian might know if they put out a couple.
Look.
Yeah.
I think it was when I know we are changing policy support. Do we still have access to the WASB stuff?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do for right now.
Okay.
So yeah, we can do that. If you can't find it, I can have Kelly just call over there too.
Okay.
We can look at that.
I have on my other agenda items, Clark, I guess I'll put you down for HRC again. Hillary, can you give a report on the joint review board meeting you went to?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
What was the thing that you and Clark went to that I
Yes, that's the other thing.
That's on my list too. So it was a coherent governance assessment workshop.
Oh, okay. I remember. Okay.
We we all got invited, and then it got changed. It was in Madison, and yeah. So
right.
So we can do that next time.
Cool.
And then Pablo, will you have a SWOS update?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there, Sam had mentioned the online concern portal. Would that be something he could, we haven't had a report on that in a while, right? And I would be curious to see some of that information that he was mentioning tonight as a source for some good feedback that he said he was getting, or observations he was able to make from it.
Okay. I was going to ask something and I forgot now. It'll come back to me. Okay, I can't. I'll think about it. Okay, anything else? All right, thanks, you guys. Our meeting is in recess. We will do a short board meeting debrief.